Councillor Davey, you're good to start.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services. I hope everyone had as good a weekend as the law permits these days. I'm just going to go over a few things because this is going to be a bit of a longer item, the first one that we're dealing with. So I just wanted to be clear in the order. First, we're going to have staff conduct its presentation. And then before we get into questions, we do have 6 delegates that we're going to hear from and take questions, obviously in order for those. And then I do understand that there are at least 2, possibly more motions that I will certainly be taking because they're very much related to the recovery in relation to this item, but I would like to take them all after we deal with the main item, just for clarity and making sure we can sort of get through this in a timely fashion, okay? So with that, I will begin with Mr. Bloom for the presentation for the economic recovery.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Let's wait for 2 seconds while Mr. Bunn brings my presentation up. Good morning, members of committee. Just wanted to start by acknowledging the pain that I know each and every one of you have heard from our community of not just business owners, but their employees and their residents for the challenges that the pandemic has caused, and no doubt the recent necessary restrictions of last week will just further challenge our local business owners and residents even further. But in responses, just to refresh council, in November, as part of Make It Kitchener 2.0, you allocated up to $5 million to contribute to our recovery efforts. And in February, you directed staff to bring forward an agile approach, meaning that there'd be opportunity to continue to bring recovery efforts over the coming 12 months and longer. So today, I'm delighted to share with you both a framework for how staff recommend you approach that recovery work, as well as the next set of initiatives that we want to bring forward for your consideration. Next slide, please, Mr. Bunn. So the challenge I want to put in front of council is that the challenge that staff have had is really about balancing, and we anticipate that you will have the same challenges. My team has been constantly engaged with the business community really since the beginning of the pandemic. Much of that is noted within the staff report, as I know each and every one of you have. Through countless interviews and trying to understand how businesses have been impacted and how the city can help. And I think it's fair to say that what the city can bring to bear will simply not be enough to deal with every impacted business and every challenge that is out there. And as such, we're going to have to balance the response that and the efforts that we can provide. Just to sort of further that, I think what we've acknowledged is the challenge is balancing the need and desire to support everyone with balancing how we get to the supports to those that truly need it the most. Balancing the desire to give everybody the funding they want with the reality of really needing to provide the tools for businesses to recover themselves. The need to provide immediate support to impacted businesses, balancing that with the need in any recession to keep in mind the need to grow jobs and continue to expand our economy to replace the jobs that may never return. We also have to balance our role with that role of the federal and provincial government, who both remain as the primary funding bodies to support direct recovery. So what we've put forward to you in the recovery, we think is our recommendation as the best way that council can balance all of those challenges and interests. Next slide, please. So to paint the context or provide the context for where we landed as our proposed strategy was really to take all of the input that we've gathered and assess that through all of the extensive research that has been done and experts who have tried to identify all of the challenges of the pandemic and And what most economists agree and what our input has aligned with is this concept of both a K impact and a K recovery. The letter K, which is to say, and I'll explain a little bit more on what that means, but in short, it means as a result of the pandemic, there have been both winners and losers. Those whose businesses have actually been positively impacted, who've actually seen extensive and tremendous growth, whereas many have seen extensive and substantial losses and negative impacts. Next slide, please. So economists often like to use letters as visual representations of how recovery from a recession might take place. They often use letters like U, where it's a slow and gradual decline followed by a slow and gradual return, or V, where there's a sharp loss and a sharp return. And what you can see, this is looking at Kitchener's employment numbers. Certainly at the outset of the pandemic, very sharp increases across the board to many, many businesses, followed by a sharp return for many. But as you can see, in around November, we started to flatten out, which is a telltale that while many have been able to return to normal and many have seen growth, there are a substantial number that have been impacted and have not been able to recover in the same speed and fashion. Next slide, please. I think this slide is one of the best representations of that. So this is sales data from a company that provides about 30% of all Canadian sales through electronic transactions. This is the summary of their data that of their clients. So in the retail, as you can see, that black line is a return to normal or return to the growth of pre-pandemic, and retail, being the green line, has actually exceeded on whole, not everybody within retail, but certainly as a whole, the Canadian consumer is actually spending more on retail than we did pre-pandemic. Whereas you can see for services, it's either gotten close to at times past, but oftentimes slightly below where pre-pandemic levels. And travel and entertainment certainly has not reached anywhere near a return to pre-pandemic levels. And just to illustrate the disparity and difference of impact that this has caused. Next slide, please. And lastly, just so you can see that even within industry, so in retail, there are those businesses that have flourished and seen significant growth, and many, such as clothing and shoe stores, that have seen significant declines. Next slide, please. So what we've tried to do within our strategy is really focus on those 9 boxes below the line, or those that we've seen both in research, but has aligned with what we've seen at a local level, those that have been impacted the most. Next slide, please. So if we were to look at all of those 9 and really to identify what we believe are the 2 overarching challenges for our community that we believe council can address, first and foremost is the impacts to the in-person service economy. I don't think that will come as any surprise to most. And the second one is really the unknown future of office space. To give you an example, downtown normally would have 16,000 people within its office space, and that is substantially down since the outset of the pandemic. And just to appreciate that, the impact is not simply, the property owner and the lack of a tenant or the future prospect that they may have empty space. It's to understand the exponential impact that those companies and their staff have on our local economy, both in the catering and the services that are offered directly within their business, but also the businesses that surround those office buildings who depend on those workers for whether it's food, services, etc. So 2 overarching challenges, and through our strategy, we've identified 2 opportunities to address these challenges. Mr. Bunn, next slide, please. And what we've tried to do is align that response with what we have heard most clearly and most consistently from our local businesses. And these are the 4 overarching themes that we continue to hear from businesses about how the city, in our role, we can help. So first is to minimize barriers to reopening, eliminate red tape where we can, allow them to get back to reopening when safely, that they can do it as fast as possible. Number 2, to continue to support them as they pivot and adapt. Many adopted early on, many continue in their journey of adapting to the pandemic. Number 3 is help businesses reattract customers. And number 4, supporting those landlords who will have vacancies either now or in the future to reattract new businesses. Next slide. So these are the two opportunities that we've identified that we believe should overarch and really drive much of our decision making. Next slide, please. So the first opportunity we see is really to unleash our community spirit and spending power. For us, the real economic opportunity lies actually within the wallets of our local residents. Their ability to support local businesses far exceeds our ability as a municipality to directly support businesses. Just take this in context. According to CIBC, in 2020, the average household in Canada saved roughly $5,800. Now, keep in mind that's not every business, or sorry, that's not every family. There are many families that were significantly impacted. But as they noted, certainly 40% of the highest income families across Canada have seen extensive savings. And if you just do the simple math of $5,800 per Canadian multiplied over 230,000 local residents, it's over $1 billion of savings that we saw. And we believe our ability as a city to help mobilize that spending to make sure that spending supports local businesses is where the true economic opportunity lies. So to do that, we've suggested four programs. First, one which was actually the initial idea of Councillor Singh, which is to develop and launch a Love My Business program, whereby we would hire a full-time marketing person for a year and have them engage directly with business areas across the city and provide funding to enable those business areas to market themselves to their local neighborhoods as well as the city abroad. Number two, when able, bring the city to life, whether that's through programming, events, or grants that we can support to when it's safe to do, allow residents to get back out supporting, experiencing our community and supporting local businesses. And the third, make reopening easy. The fourth area, and I've circled it particularly as there's additional bodies of work, but we're suggesting that staff would bring back a business case for an incubator program to drive new food, retail, and service businesses, really to help fill many of the holes that in our local space that will exist post-pandemic. Next slide, please. As you can see from this list, what we've brought forward to council is just part of all of the work that the city has been doing over the past year. Many areas either approved or we're able to advance as city staff. But it really is an extensive list of initiatives to support local businesses that we have and we will continue to launch over the past 12 months and looking forward. And I fully expect this list will continue to grow significantly. Next slide. Just as a small sample of that, just to give you an idea of what our own small business center has been doing over the past 12 months. They led the launch of a new e-learning platform that will actually take all of the intelligence that we provide local businesses across Ontario so that any business, regardless of where they are, can access an online training platform regardless of where they are. Through the Digital Main Street work and the Digital Service Squad, they've connected with over 2,000 businesses, 900 in Kitchener alone, and facilitated numerous grants to local businesses. Next slide, please. And then the second opportunity that we see, really to focus on the challenge of the future of our office space, but also to continue to grow new jobs to replace those that we will lose, is to do what Waterloo Region does best and what Kitchener does best, which is to accelerate a new wave of entrepreneurship and innovation. And we propose that really through two bodies of work, one which you'll hear from Mr. Klugman later today on a proposed partnership with Communitech, whereby they can provide supports to 5 critical areas that have been impacted and provide 5 areas of recovery support. And what we've identified a need for us to come back to council in the future with more fulsome business cases around launching a citywide entrepreneurial network and providing supports to entrepreneurial programs that address barriers related to equity and anti-racism. This was a body of work that council, you'll recall, in Make It Kitchener was One of the areas of focus and what we've heard from our advisory committee, EDAC in particular, is the need to really move on that sooner rather than later. But again, there's a larger body of work that staff needs to do to be able to bring you a more fulsome strategy, and that is our expectation. Next slide, please. Again, as you see in the report, just a summary of all of the initiatives. And again, this will be a growing list to help support this opportunity. Next slide, please. One of the opportunities that we see council has before them, while the majority of our recovery framework is geared at helping businesses and giving them tools, we do see opportunity for council to provide seed funding to really enable many of those businesses to take that next step. And we imagine that through the fulsome recovery, that up to $1 million could be provided by City Council to help support local businesses. And you'll hear a number of delegations today speaking to some of the opportunities that exist right now. Next slide, please. So when you look at how we've suggested allocating the budget, that first opportunity to really support the in-person service economy, at this point we've allocated up to over $2 million to support that body of work. Under number 2, 1.5 million. That still leaves council with 1.4 million that can be allocated to future initiatives that we can address in the future. Next slide, please. In front of you today, there are 5 financial commitments that we're recommending. They're outlined here, and we'll be happy to answer questions on any of these as the conversation continues. Next slide. These are the set of recommendations. I'll note that item D was inadvertently omitted from the initial report, but you'll hear from a delegation this morning about a proposed potential partnership with an organization like KW Community Foundation. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to close by acknowledging really what all of this work will help contribute to. And there's a great quote from a local restaurant operator who said, for every 8 tables they're able to add, that means they can bring back 7 jobs. And that means 7 of their staff who not only get their jobs and their paycheck back, they get their purpose back. They get their community back. They get their mental health and well-being back. And really that is, for me, the true benefit of all of this work. It's not simply about supporting business owners. That is definitely a part of a major driver of this, but it's really about their employees. And every time we talk to a business owner, quite frankly, that is what's most important to them, is their staff getting their employees back and working the way they were before. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Before we go any further, I did forget to ask whether there are any conflicts of pecuniary interest. I note that Councillor Singh has his hand raised, and Councillor Johnson. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to have questions and also take the opportunity to move the motion as well. But no, I don't have a conflict on this. Oh,
okay. And Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if when we vote on this, if we could please remove point D and vote on that separately.
Certainly, actually, that is now point E, I believe. You mean the conflict on the community portion, correct?
That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the addition, just so everyone's aware when we go through this, Corey showed it in his presentation, but the partnership with the KW Community Foundation is now point D. So there's letters A to E, and E would be the one with respect to Communitech. Okay, very good.
Thank you. Can I address my conflict at this time, Councillor Deitch?
Yeah, certainly. You can state it, and you're supposed to fill out a form afterward as well, right?
I have filled out the form.
Perfect.
And yes, thank you.
Okay. And sorry, I do think you have to state the general. Yes. Yeah, please.
Yes. So my conflict is due to my employment at the University of Waterloo, as I do work with Communitech.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to, before we take questions of staff, we are going to go to the delegates. I will, just so they have an idea of where they are in the order, I'm going to go through them very quickly. We're going to begin with Ian McLean, followed by Ian Klugman, followed by Atifa Zarabadi, then Minto Schneider, then Linda Yetzi, and then Lynn Short. Okay, so beginning with Mr. Klugman, and just a reminder to all the delegates, you have 5 minutes.
I think it was Mr. McLean you were starting with. Sorry.
Sorry, is that what I said? I said, yeah, sorry, Ian McLean, Ian Klugman. Yeah, sorry, Ian McLean's beginning. I'd like to remind all the delegates that you do have 5 minutes to make your presentation to council. Okay, so Mr. Bunn and Mr. McLean, when you're ready. Good morning.
Morning. I don't know. Oh, there I am. Sorry. I couldn't see where it was. Good morning, Chair Davey and Council, Mayor Bravanovic. Let me start. I'll be brief. Want to just start by thanking Council and the staff from the City of Kitchener for the last year, 13 months. Been a long 13 months, but we've appreciated, certainly in the at our chamber and through Business Economic Support Team of Waterloo Region, the openness and the dialogue and the continued discussions back and forth between yourselves and economic development staff on the issues that are affecting business. Just briefly on this report, I do think it strikes the right balance of supporting our existing businesses that are going to need help recovering and the new ventures that we know will come forward and need community support as well. I think leaving some of the funds unallocated is very wise. You're going to need flexibility to respond to things that we may not know right now, and so I think it makes some sense to leave some so you've got some flexibility. I do encourage you. This is part of the solution, and you're doing your part. But I would encourage Council to encourage the federal and provincial governments to continue to extend their cash flow supports, whether it's a small business grant, and extend that to businesses that are not eligible right now, or the federal grant programs, in particular, the federal wage support and rent relief programs are critically important. And there's going to be a period of time between when we have vaccinations and can safely open up before businesses are going to be able to ramp up and create those jobs and get their customer base back. So I encourage you to be working with your federal and provincial colleagues on that discussion. I just want to say we were very fortunate last week. I believe it was last week. They all go together now. But Eclipse Automation donation of 1.5 million masks to the region of Waterloo business community, and delivering those through to particularly small and medium-sized business and community members was a very welcome gift. The other is that working with our federal and provincial colleagues in putting together the rapid screening COVID testing are two very, very important parts of what's needed right now to get to that economic recovery. They're manageable and realistic things that business want to do and can do, but they also can make a very large difference in our community and across the province. Obviously, vaccinations need to ramp up. I know you'll be doing your part, but know that the business community is willing to step in and assist in whatever way the region or city or others may need. We all know we're in this together, and until we're more fully vaccinated, we can't truly get back to opening up the economy fully. The last week, you'll note that the Stay Safe screening part of that program was launched by Communitech with 3 buses across the community, and that's a great addition for the community in terms of having folks from the broader population being able to come even when they're asymptomatic and not feeling unwell, to be able to come and check and make sure that they don't have the COVID virus. Just a quick update on our Chambers initiative that my colleague Greg DeRocher and I started with both our chambers. I guess it was maybe it's 2 weeks tomorrow, or 2 weeks Wednesday, actually. So in about 7 working days, we've got over 700 businesses already signed up for the program. We've distributed over 60,000 test kits within Waterloo region. That's right across Waterloo region too. That's Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, the townships. People are coming to the Cambridge Chamber where we've set up our site and are getting these kits. So in addition to those testing kits, we're also, because of the donation from Eclipse Automation, handing out these medical grade level 3 ASTM masks, which we know are a huge part of the solution. So it demonstrates that there is a pent-up demand when people are given tools to be able to manage what is an unmanageable situation. They're going to take advantage of that, and the business community is no different. So back to the report, I think it's helpful to be able to demonstrate that there are some supports and activities that are going to happen from the City of Kitchener to support business as we come out of this. And maybe I'll leave it with this. As my colleague Rocco Rossi from the Ontario Chamber of Commerce often says now, stay positive, test negative, and we're stronger together. Happy to answer any questions.
Very, very good. Thank you for that. I think you'll be happy to hear that, although it's not explicitly part of this recommendation, members of council are bringing forward recommendations to make requests of the provincial and federal governments to work in collaboration. So we'll go through the list of people making questions, beginning with Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thanks, Ian, for coming in. And again, I want to thank you and your counterpart, Greg, at the Cambridge Chamber. I was able to take advantage of the rapid tests and all that stuff for a different organization, and it's been a tremendous help, and thanks to Eclipse as well for that donation. So it's a fabulous program, and kudos to both of you for getting that out to the community. And for my question is, and this is going to be a theme with regards to probably with every delegate that's coming forward today, is I want to get your opinion with regards to what is missing with this, with our proposal, and if there is anything missing in this proposal, and what you think we could add in addition to this.
Look, I think if budgets weren't a problem, I mean, throwing more money directly at people and businesses would always be welcome. I don't think that that's realistic. I do think that signaling that you're going to make things easier for business when they're trying to, as an example, extending the patios and making it easier for those that can do patios. I mean, that's going to be hugely important in this when the nice weather's here. I just think that the problem is so large. I wouldn't get into very much of the direct donations. I think the thematic parts of getting people feeling comfortable getting back out into the community is really what's required. People are still going to be, even when they're vaccinated, how long does it take? How long is it effective? So I think getting some of those messages that it's safe to come, when it's safe to come out and support the community is probably the most important part of what we need to do is having, having that confidence of businesses, of customers, and of the community is really what's important. And I think you've got some things in here that help address that.
Okay. So I guess my other question is, with regards to, since the pandemic, have we as a region seen a shift towards new businesses being home-based?
Well, I don't know that we know the answer to that yet. There's a lot of people that are working at home. I think it's the result of that is yet to be tallied, of how many people are, depending on what numbers you agree or look at and tend to believe, what unemployment's going to look like, what jobs are going to be permanently lost versus temporarily lost. So I think I don't know that we know the answer to that question. My guess is there'll be more people working at home, whether they're working for a company and working for home at least part of the time, or whether there's going to be more home-based business. My guess is yes, but I'm guessing like the rest of us.
Okay, so if you're thinking that your guess and you're not 100% sure, would you think it would be prudent for the municipality to have a little bit more flexibility with regards to home-based businesses?
Yeah, I think that's something you'll have to consider when when there's a need. I wouldn't be able to put my arms around what that looks like right now. I mean, I can tell that there are home-based businesses that we have, and we try and support them, but I'm not sure what a specific program look for a home-based business would necessarily look like right now. And recognizing sometimes for us, that's because we cover soup to nuts. We have everything from the smallest to the small in services to large manufacturers. And so it's sometimes, zeroing down on what that home-based business might look like and what sectors they are very much important details in terms of how to support them.
Okay. And sorry to put you on the spot. I didn't want to put you on the spot. I just wanted to put those questions out there because those are the ones I'm going to be asking the multiple delegations, and this way they can at least get some pre-thought and on the type of questions I'll be asking. But
well,
again,
they're good questions, Councillor. I'm just not very bright, and but I also can't see into the future. But I think that's one of the things is none of us know. Things are changing so fast, and I think that's why flexibility and coming back and revisiting this doesn't mean that you didn't get it right. It means that you're taking new information, and I think that's an important theme as well, is adapting when you do have more concrete information or data to be able to act upon.
No doubt. All right. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, very good. Before we move to the next question, just a reminder, I should have mentioned this earlier too, but we do have a number of extra motions coming forward as a result of this. So I would encourage anyone that does have a motion that they intend to bring forward, if you haven't already, please forward it to the clerk so we can have it up on the screen when we deal with that later on. Okay, up next, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you so much, Ian, for coming in today. And I echo Councillor Ioannidis's comments with regards to the support that both the KW Chamber and the Cambridge Chamber have been providing the community. You guys have really, you and your teams have really stepped up to the plate in terms of offering the rapid testing, working with Eclipse Automation and getting the masks, providing information on the grants that are available. I know you've been working with Tony Lamantia as well from Best Waterloo Region on that. Just really, and I work with a lot of communities across Ontario, and really totally firing on all cylinders here in Waterloo Region. So thank you very much for that. My question is around a motion that I'm putting through later, asking the provincial government to expand the parameters for the small business support grant. I'm wondering if you can maybe touch on why that is important and who maybe isn't it affecting right now, and who do you think it should be affecting in the future?
Yeah, thank you for that. And let me just start on the testing program and Eclipse. A lot of people put a lot of time into it. Ian Klugman's done a ton of work on the rapid screening for the federal government. And so it's got a lot of this done. We just managed to pull it together at the end. And of course, he and his gang are working with others on this Stay Safe with the rapid bus or the bus screening opportunity. The provincial government deserves credit for being the first province to allow self-administering of these rapid screening tests. And as I say, I can't believe it didn't happen sooner, because a well-trained basset hound could self-administer these screening kits, which are so important. To Tony Lamantia and reaching out to Eclipse and working with Eclipse to get that donation of $1.5 million masks, it truly is a team effort. So now I can't remember the question. No, I know what the question was. So here's how I'm going to answer your question. I understand you have to have rules around, particularly the Ontario Small Business Grant. We've been encouraging them to expand that because there are lots of businesses that are being screened out. The example I'll use is a dry cleaner that I think you and I are both familiar with, since I frequent it often in Belmont Village. When there's a lockdown, even though he's allowed to be open, his business goes down down to maybe 80% of or 80% down. So you can't make money. You can't even pay your bills when you're down that much, but you're not entitled to get some of that support. Now, there are other supports, and not every program is going to fit everybody, but we do think there's too many of those small and medium-sized businesses that when there are lockdowns in certain sectors, it impacts others. So I do think we are certainly encouraging, and it have been, the two chambers, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce. You got lots of support in the business community that are saying that needs to happen, or there needs to be new programs to support those companies. We're close enough to and even though it doesn't feel like it today, we're close enough to the end of the road here, and the light is at the end of the tunnel, and we want as many people to stay safe and make it through safely and healthy. But as many businesses as possible too, because we're going to need those businesses and their jobs to help create the environment for the economic recovery that's going to be required, or necessary, to get out of the hole we've dug ourselves in terms of government debt and et cetera. So, and it has to be driven by the private sector. You cannot spend or cut your way out from a government perspective on what's going to be required. And so you need the jobs and the entrepreneurship and the innovation that's coming from business, whether it's small, medium, or large size business.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Davey, and thanks, Ian, for coming in today, and for your leadership collectively with the other Ian, Greg, and Tony of Best WR from coordination of an economic development response over the past 13 months. Just building on Councillor Ioannidis's question, you noted early on that we've left aside about 1.4 million without specific program detail. So is that really the kind of thing that you're referring to in speaking to Councillor Ioannidis, in terms of leaving ourselves the flexibility that's necessary for further responses over the coming months as things become a little bit clearer?
Yeah, I think that's just wise. There's some good ideas there around home-based businesses and new startups and what support you might need to be doing there. What I think we all see, I certainly see it every day from my seat, is things are changing so fast. I don't think we'll know what might be needed 2 days from now, let alone a week or 2 weeks down the road. So having some flexibility. If you don't need to spend it, don't spend it. If there's something that it can be used on that can benefit from an economic development perspective, I think having some flexibility makes sense. So I guess that from my perspective is as things are that the landscape is changing so fast in every aspect. You're talking about economic development and business right now, but I'm sure it's changing fast in all of the other sectors that you manage as a city council. So having some flexibility in this aspect makes some sense.
Okay, and then the second question I have, I know you and the rest of the Best WR team have been strongly advocating a transition towards more level 3 medical grade masks by the business community, and I'm wondering if you can just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity, and I certainly would welcome. I'm about to leave this meeting and go on to our Best Waterloo Region leadership group, and we have been very clear. We're encouraging the region and the province to either enhance at least guidance, if not legislation, to have people understand that a level 3 ASTM mask is absolutely essential to contain the spread right now. What we know is a 2-ply cotton or fabric mask might be maybe 15 at most 15% effective. The masks that we have from Eclipse Automation are north of 90% effective if they're worn properly. Worn properly is a key, but if you have it over your nose and have it wear it properly, far more effective. And with the new variants, it's essential that people do that. And so our encouragement is that when we encourage people when they're in public and cannot safely social distance, that they wear a medical grade mask as opposed to cloth mask. This is not a short-term thing either. Even when we get vaccinated, we're already told we're not sure when boosters have to come. So masks in public are still going to be a thing for an extended period of time. We are fortunate that we've got those masks from Eclipse Automation, so we can get started with this by just handing them out to our business community and to people in the public through the Stay Safe rapid screening buses, etc. So yeah, I'm very much supportive of council taking some leadership and saying, on balance, you can't mandate it. Maybe the region even can't, but we're going to be encouraging them to say, let's tell the community It's no different. I was on city council. You pass city bylaws all the time. It rests on the people doing, at following the rules. And if you give guidance around what to do on clearing snow or parking on the street, by and large, people pay attention to that. And it's no different if you say, boy, it's going to be better for the community, better for you, better for your family, better to contain the spread and better to get back to normal. That if you can use a medical grade mask, I strongly encourage council to take that on and show some leadership, because it's in the community's best interest.
Okay, great. Thank you very much on that.
Thank you. There's still 3 people in the queue. I understand, Mr. McLean, you're late for your next meeting, so I just encourage folks to try and be brief if they can. Next, we have Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. I won't take up too much of your time. I just wanted to ask you, Ian, when you're talking with your members, is there any one thing that you feel is not being provided to them that would be beneficial, that we might be able to add to our complement of programs?
I don't think in context of the report and what you're doing, I think generally speaking, and this, to be fair, for many businesses, it's the big chunks of cash that are going out with not much revenue coming in. So it really is rent relief and wage subsidy and paying some of those bills that just come in, whether there's any revenue in. I think this is important though, because you got to be ready for when we do come out of this, that what are the things you're doing to say, hey, look, there's festivals or there's things going on. You want people to get out and support the businesses that have made it through and the new ones that will start up. And I think that's an important aspect of what this report does.
All right. And what do you see would be the best source of that type of expert support, the marketing, and getting the word out once it is safe to gather and to reopen the economy? What do you think? Where would be the best sort of sources of that type of support?
Well, I at the risk of, since I have a radio show, I'd say you should advertise on the 1 hour that I do. No, I'm just kidding. I think partnerships is going to be really important, is working with the BIAs, working with the neighborhood associations, because you're not going to have enough dollars to, advertise enough. But I think the partnership of the everyone, we're stronger together, all in together, is talking about the importance of people supporting the activities that are going on, because for every time people get out of their house, they're going to be supporting small and medium size enterprise in whatever part of the community they're out and about in. So I do think that's the social media and leveraging the relationships the strong relationships you have with neighborhood associations and business organizations or associations, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Councillor Gazzola.
Mr. McLean, thank you. I was pleased to hear you talking about following the rules. You represent the business community. Now, yesterday, the business community had a demonstration in Waterloo, and I was amazed watching the news last night to see how many people were out and attending and not following the rules, actually throwing the rules in your face. Did your organization condone that gathering?
No. And I would hesitate and clarify, that was not a business organization. It was had anything to do with that. As far as I'm concerned, that was the local group of the Flat Earth Society. Because if they believe that going out and not social distancing, not wearing masks is the right way to get through the pandemic, then they've got rocks in their heads. So that had nothing to do with the business community. I can tell you that with great clarity and collective voice, the Greater Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce, the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce, the Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation, and Communitech don't condone that at all, and have been calling for enhanced masking and doing the right thing and making sure business can help lead us to a better future.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. The way I heard it, the business community did have some impact in it, and I wondered if you didn't condone it, if you instead condemned it, and I thank you for that. Thanks. Before we move on, I wonder if I can ask the chair. The chart we have in front of us usually indicates the hands that are up to ask questions, and that's not being shown. Is that just my computer, or is that the whole system?
I'm just going by when you click on participants at the bottom of the screen, it shows the list of people that are in the meeting on the right-hand side, and it shows a hand there, and I'm just doing my best to keep track of who puts their hand up in what order.
No, I know, and usually everyone sees that hand up, but I don't see it on the screen.
Yeah, I don't see it on my screen either, to be honest. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McLean, thank you very much for making it today off to your meeting. Your insight and experience is always welcome at this virtual table. All right, take care now.
Okay, Councillor Davey, just a point of information as a follow-up to Councillor Gazzola's comments. Number one, if you haven't updated Zoom recently on your machine, that's probably why you're not seeing the hands, because you have to do the update on Zoom, and if it doesn't, then all of the features don't work anymore. And just on the other thing, just for clarity, I do know that the Waterloo Uptown BIA did speak out against the event in Uptown Waterloo, and it was really certain individuals using the business community as a guise to try to legitimize and get people to attend the event on Sunday.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move on. Next presentation is Mr. Ian Klugman.
Good morning. There I am.
Good morning.
I think I have some slides, but I'm not sure. There we go. All right. Listen, Chair, thank you, members of council, your worship, for having me on today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to burn through this really quickly, because I always find that the best part of the conversation is the Q&A at the end of it. So next slide, please. You know, as we all know, our organization was founded, next slide, please, by a group of people who saw a threat and an opportunity. Of course, the 90s saw the rise of technology and the potential coming out of the University of Waterloo and other academic institutions. At the same time, it created a threat in offshoring significant job losses, and a group of people came together and said, you know, we need to ensure the long-term prosperity of our community and our country. Next slide, please. And of course, now we are regarded in many streams as being the leading innovation organization in Canada. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip this and go to the next slide, please. And I think that what I want to say is that I am actually being replaced as of May 17th with the new CEO. I will have been here 17 and a half years. And I got to say that the partnership with the City of Kitchener has been the most innovative of any municipal partnership that I've seen anywhere in the country. Leadership on things such as Edith and Edith, son of Edith or daughter of Edith, is just once again being bold and putting forward big ideas to address challenges and opportunities. And of course, now we see, you know, we're ranked as the top place in Canada to start a company and the 18th best place in the world. Next slide, please. And since 2010, which is the beginning of the partnership with Kitchener, we've seen just around 4,000 net new startups created, raising over $4 billion in capital and upward of 20,000 net new jobs created. Next slide, please. We have the Deloitte Economic Impact, which is conducted every 2 years, and it looks at what's called attributable value. And so what they do is they go and they look at the impact that community tech companies have had, and then they actually go to the companies themselves and they say, of that impact, of those 10 people you hired, of that $100 million you raised, what percentage of that would you attribute directly to Communitech's role in you being able to achieve those objectives? So it's a very it's a very fair way of identifying and attributing value. And of course, this year, for every public dollar we receive, we yield $28 in economic impact. Next slide, please. And our companies, literally, when Deloitte did this survey, they said they were tripping over themselves to to say how important we are, and especially now more than ever in this pandemic, the role of our organization in helping companies pivot into new markets and new products. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So again, thanks to the support and the partnership with the City of Kitchener, we, as is always the case with economic downturns, we've seen a wave of net new startups coming through our doors. Somewhere between 300 and 500 are projected again, and that we're averaging, I think it's 32 net new companies being created per month that are coming through our doors. We were able to pivot into supporting not just the companies, but also things such as PPE and, of course, digital Main Street, and recently, of course, access to rapid antigen testing. Next slide, please. Yeah, and there's the bus. So for the past year, I've chaired a number of local committees, one with the 4 hospital CEOs. And of course, in January, I was asked by the Minister of Health to take on the role of strategic advisor to Health Canada on workplace testing. I guess if you complain enough about something, finally they'll say, okay, you fix it. So of course, a number of initiatives that have been launched. There's more launching this week. We have about 40-some million tests that we want to get into workplaces across the country. And of course, the chamber is one example. That chamber strategy is going to roll out right across the province and beyond, and many of the other strategies you'll hear about this coming week. Again, about focusing on not just large companies, but everything down to the Uber driver, the 5-person construction company, and the restaurant worker. Next slide, please. So there really are 5 areas where we are going to focus in our partnership with you, one of which is supporting the wave of startup activity. Next slide, please. And as I say, there has always been a wave of startups that come following any economic downturn. Is the same, that is the case here as well. And we really need to make sure that we understand there are very different types of companies and markets. The notion of virtual has had a huge impact, and of course, proximity is something that's going to also be factored into the way that these companies start and grow compared to previous waves of companies. Next slide. Same is true in helping our companies continue to scale and grow and not be acquired too early and raise the capital they need. Next slide. And then I mentioned this previously, but the notion of, the fact that right now proximity is optional in the world has created a huge opportunity for us to go after talent around the world, across the country and around the world. And we know that, a 2-step process to people relocating here is very common. For first, we've got to get them working for a great company here. And then the next thing we know, they're actually moving here with their families. Next slide, please. We're also a big focus on diversity and inclusion this year. First Founders is expanded to Fierce Founders Uplift, which now has a specific program for the BIPOC community. Next slide, please. And of course, a very, very strong commitment to doing everything we can to help with the economic recovery in Kitchener-Waterloo region and across Canada, in charting that path and understanding where we can make a difference. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm gonna end here. But certainly, much has changed. We are rethinking the future of work and learning, which is something we're doing in partnership with the City of Kitchener. We're rethinking how do we help companies and communities exploit the opportunity that proximity is no longer a requirement, not only for being able to hire people, but also for helping businesses expand and grow and do international sales. And thinking through things like the expanded role of Communitech. I think that the Digital Main Street program, where we are going to have worked with 25,000 companies by the end of June. These are small businesses. These are diverse businesses across Southern Ontario. I think that the broader set of companies that we have been working with over the last year, that goes well beyond large innovation companies and tech companies, including Main Street businesses and manufacturing companies. And I think, the final thing is that, given the set of assets and our ability to partner in this community, unlike any other community across the country, we really do see ourselves as being poised and ready to come out of this stronger. So with that, I'm going to conclude. Actually, there's one more slide, and then I'll conclude. And of course, I'm thrilled to be able to pass the keys to the good ship Communitech to Chris Albinson. Chris, of course, was involved in many startups, both here in the US and of course, ran venture capital funds in the Valley for the last 20 years. He's coming back. And as I like to say to the team, in 6 months' time, they're going to say, Ian, who? But anyway, I'll pause there and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
You know that won't be the case. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Glickman. There are a few questions beginning with Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And again, I want to thank you, Ian, for everything that you've done with Communitech and what you've helped with the community in regards to everything that with the pandemic and everything else. So I know it's short, but I know we could go on for a long time thanking you for a lot of things. But anyways, I just want to continue with the theme of the questions that I had asked Mr. McLean, Ian, with regards to, like, let's say home-based businesses, and are you seeing a change with regards to that or any other types of changes with that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that this, the adage used to be location, 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 and I'm not sure that applies in every instance any longer. And that's why we got so involved with Digital Main Street. It was actually Avi Peters who corralled a whole bunch of people together and crafted a proposal in 2 weeks for $52 million, because we see the opportunity for businesses to be able to go to market digitally in a way that they never could before. And yes, that creates a threat in the fact that the big players can shoulder out a lot of the other companies, small companies, but also there's a tremendous opportunity for our companies to get really good at e-commerce and competing online, which opens them up to a whole other set of markets. I think the other thing too is that, the way that team formation is done, the way that companies are created, it's not a garage in Palo Alto anymore. It's putting together the right group of people virtually, physically, in a fashion that we couldn't do before. And so I think that, one of the biggest challenges that we face as a community has been the fact that has been access to talent. And of course, in some respects, that's faded away with our ability to be able to work virtually. But I think we're going to end up in a hybrid model. I think that people are pretty much consistent in saying that it's going to be some sort of hybrid. We're retooling the Communitech Hub and the Data Hub to be that new kind of workplace. But we're bullish on it. We really do believe that people are going to want to come back together, but they're going to work differently.
Okay. So do you think maybe that some form of a friendly zoning for home-based businesses would be needed? Because the reason why I'm asking this is because I had a few e-commerce businesses in the ward I represent, and residents were concerned, and part of our bylaws didn't support that type of business. And the way I'm thinking is that's the way the world's going to be. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, no, I think that people are going to be working different ways now that we can, and I would say there's going to be a lot more of home-based businesses, and also people working from home.
Okay, and then my final question is there anything missing with regards to what staff have worked together in proposing?
No, and again, it's over this course of the 17 years, there have been different players sitting around this table and on staff at the City of Kitchener, but always bold moves, big bold moves, creative, innovative ideas, and a real commitment to partnership. You don't see many places like that. I think that more than ever, EDIF is important because I think that everything is shifting. We don't know, what letter of the alphabet our recovery is going to be. I've been bullish since day one, saying that people and corporations are hoarding cash, and when they start to spend, things are going to come back with a whoosh. And it'll be great if we can be surfing that whoosh. But I think EDIF is important. I think skating, with our heads up, and with the understanding that things could and probably will change in a way that we couldn't have foreseen.
Again, once again, thanks, Ian. We will miss you.
Thank you. I'm not going anywhere. Still live in Kitchener.
Thanks. Yeah, still a few more questions. Councillor Marsh, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Ian, thanks very much for your continued support and strong partnership. What I just want to ask a couple questions. One is the Future Proof program that was a part of Digital Main Street, I think was stick-handled, to add to the hockey thing, by Communitech. Can you tell me what's the status of that right now? And is there more room for more businesses to take advantage of Future Proof?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's, that was the piece of Digital Main Street that we ran ourselves, and so hired, I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of co-op students and recent grads and interns and digital marketers, and it was a huge lift for the corporation, but so important, and I think really taught us a bunch of things. I believe in platform plays, both in dominating specific markets, but also in a way to deliver effective and efficient programs. And so, different kinds of partnerships like the one with FedDev and Communitech and the other partners in Main Street, similar to the Scale Up platform that we run with Mars Invest Ottawa and FedDev. But I see this model of putting to work the innovation capability of an organization like Communitech and applying it against businesses that traditionally wouldn't have worked with is having a huge impact. And so the suggestions that we've been making to the government of Canada and the province of Ontario is several fold. One of which is keep going with the Digital Main Street initiative, because we need to get really good, better than anyone else on the planet, at scale in e-commerce. Second of all, think about expanding the program to other small businesses. There were a lot of businesses we couldn't work with because they fell outside, and we should have been able to work with them. We would have loved to have been able to work with them. And the third thing is take this model of this platform approach, where you take an innovation organization, an army of like wicked smart co-op students, recent grads, and digital marketers, and deploy them in a way to help companies figure out, light scale technology, but competitiveness in markets, and apply it to areas like, manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. I mean, you think about the areas which have not been good at digital adoption and technology adoption and digital marketing. A little bit of this kind of program could go a long way in a lot of those industries. So I think it's a platform that could be expanded.
I couldn't agree with you more. So are there existing opportunities right now for businesses, or are we waiting for the next influx of budgeted dollars?
We're waiting to see what happens at 4:00 this afternoon.
Okay. Well, I think it was Ontario too. It wasn't just federal dollars, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, you've done really well at raising funds from those other levels of government and maintaining your strong partnerships within those arenas as well. And what I'd like to encourage you to do is to work with us more deeply, more specifically, to get really, like you say, bullish on making sure that those small businesses that are not just startups or not new companies, but that are existing and having trouble with the adapting and will have trouble without additional supports in coming through this, So is Communitech and or you yourself able to help us, work with small businesses on that?
Absolutely. I think that we started on this migration away from a pure tech play in 2009, 2010, when we started working with Canadian Tire. Our single largest customer right now is the Royal Canadian Air Force. So we came a long way as far as working with companies that wouldn't have been considered to be tech. Digital Main Street was the same. It taught us that there's an important role for us to play where we can have a significant impact. And then the other companies working with, a lot more manufacturing companies, other types of businesses we would have worked with during the pandemic. And I think what it's taught us is that we really need to think about our customer base as being broader, because, with everything moving to digital, distinctions around tech versus non-tech, they really start to fall away and be unimportant.
Yeah. So is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Singh, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just like my colleagues, Ian, don't want to miss the opportunity to thank you for, of course, your contribution to our, our area here, and you've definitely been an architect of our local economy and how we've transitioned over the last couple decades. Obviously, we've had some turbulent times, like the manufacturing sector in the 90s and into early 2000, and then again in the finance sector in 2008, and now due to the pandemic. So my question is there that, you said it already, collaboration is key. And I think one of the reasons why we've had success here locally with overall economic development and transitioning to a strong tech-based economy and advanced manufacturing is because of collaboration. So do you see that opportunity, that it's not necessarily just aspect of economic recovery, but it's also to create opportunities for transitioning, for people to pivot and create new jobs? It's important to retain the existing businesses, but if for whatever reason, due to the circumstances, allowing opportunities where people can look at other ideas and transition wholly into a additional digital stream. Where are those opportunities that can be leveraged by Communitech more so? And the other question, so I'll ask both as well, is if you can reference again, you coming forward and giving your slide and all the successes that Communitech has done. I think it's simple to say you're just pointing out into a downtown core where the successes are. And I think it's just, there's tangible spaces that we can see that, the investments that the municipality has done, where the federal government, provincial government has provided, and the monies that you guys have been able to find has drastically helped create the economy that we're in right now. How important was the role that Communitech played in 2000, from 2008 onward, where BlackBerry, there was a huge decline in their business. And as an organization, Communitech was able to readjust those employees that were coming out of that large business and creating many, many small companies that have hired probably now upwards to thousands of people back again, and probably a lot more than what we're working at BlackBerry at the peak of that time. So those two questions.
Okay, so I think that the work, thank you so much. I think that the work that we did around the downturn at BlackBerry was some of the proudest work that I was part of. And it was driven by the fact that I had seen what had happened to Ottawa with the decline of Nortel. And I said, we just can't let that happen again. We can't lose those people. And so we ended up working with just over 3,000 people. And I can't remember how many of which were placed, 70% were placed in local companies. And of course, we had a special fund as well, and a set of resources to help people who wanted to stand up businesses who were ex-BlackBerry, and many of those names now on the sides of buildings were companies we worked with. So it was definitely something we were very, very proud of being part of and being able to lead. The other piece in this is, I think that this has been such a jarring experience and has so fundamentally changed many of the rules of the game that it is a tremendous opportunity for people to reconsider the opportunities that are coming out of this and how to build, product and business to go after these net new markets. And we've seen, a lot of companies. You look at Jeremy Hedges from Inksmith. He was running a lab with a 3D printer over at 44 Gawko, and now, I can't tell you what his revenue is going to be this year, but it's huge. And so, these businesses, completely different than what we might have done in the past. But going after huge markets. TrustCore is another one. Dave Caputo's latest company is another one. So I think that there's going to be opportunities that emerge coming out of this thing. There's a different set of rules that allow us to access talent and capital in a way that we couldn't. I talk to, I run 4 different CEO peer-to-peer groups on a monthly basis, and most of them are talking about growth and the significant growth that they've had. The ones most were able to access government programs to bridge and get the runway necessary. But I think that no one's going to need to get on a plane anymore to go and do a sales call in New York City. You might have to do it once, but you think about the shifts that have happened, and I think the priorities. I look at what's happened as far as people being able to work remotely and moving to some sort of hybrid model. I think that creates tremendous opportunity for small cities and regions like ours and Windsor and all the rest of them to actually be able to capture their full economic potential, because right now in London, you kids grow up and they go to school and then they go to university and then they had to drive, move to downtown Toronto to get a job because you had to live in downtown Toronto to have a job in Toronto. Well, that doesn't apply anymore. And so you think about people moving, this outward migration out of Toronto. I don't think that that's going to turn itself around. I think that people, their priorities have changed. They care about relationships and friends and their lives and where they live in fresh air and space in a way that they never could or never did. And of course, now, I just had a conversation with the deputy minister in the province of Ontario, and she said to me, well, apparently you don't need 60,000 people to travel an hour and a half to downtown Toronto to sit in a beige cubicle in order to know that they're working. So you just think that, okay, this, Toronto was accountable for 93% of our economic growth in the last 10 years. What does it look like when we can have economic growth in places like London and Windsor and all the other small cities and rural remote communities across the province? The one thing we will need is really, really good internet, ubiquitous broadband. But I think that this is a huge opportunity for us.
Well, you know what, through your comments, Ian, I think Kitchener will definitely be that phoenix out of the fire, out of this, the pandemic and uncertainty. And I think especially through your comments, you're highlighting the importance that Communitech has already played and will continue to play and continue to re-evolve our economy. And I think we are blessed that we have this organization. And that's why it's even more so why it's important for us to continue as a City of Kitchener municipality, continue to partner with Communitech going forward. And that's why it's important for us to support the recommendation and the report as well. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Next is Mayor Vrbanovich.
Thanks very much, Councillor Davey, and thanks, Ian, for joining us. And speaking about the importance of good internet, I know Councillor Galloway-Sealock is not ignoring you, but in fact is having internet troubles herself this morning. She just sent me a note from her smartphone. But I too want to begin by thanking you for not only your leadership over these many years of Communitech and everything it's become, but also, as I said, to the other Ian for your leadership over the last 13 months with Best WR and quite frankly, agreeing to stay on at Communitech during what has been a turbulent year when 18 months ago or 24 months ago, you had other plans for this past year. So thank you for that. I guess my question really just builds on some of the questions of others, and that is, as we continue to go to other orders of government and funding partners, how important is it for you to be able to say that your home municipality is actually a partner itself with Communitech?
Well, it's critical. It's the first place that federal and provincial investors look, is to see whether or not you're getting support in your own backyard. And I think about I remember you and I doing the math on a whiteboard about 2 years ago, and the $500,000 investment, the initial $500,000 investment from the City of Kitchener. It was the first investment. We went out and quickly turned that into $40 million. And of course, as of whatever it was, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, we had been able to turn that into about $300 million of total investment into Waterloo Region. And so the support, and I would say not just the support from a financial perspective, but also, I think what's so great about working with the City of Kitchener is that, we're very good at saying, okay, you got that piece, you take that piece and do it extraordinarily well. We're going to take this piece. We're not tripping over each other, trying to do the same things. And I look at the innovation in the way that you're thinking about space and the downtown core and the assets you have. Bike lanes, thank you. Like these things which are so important to the bigger strategy of attracting and retaining the smartest people on the planet. The innovation, the leadership with which the city takes those pieces and executes on them brilliantly. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without the innovation that exists within this city.
Thank you for that. And the other question I had really sort of looks at what the impact is. Like I remember when when Communitech first set up shop in downtown Kitchener, and I believe we counted on, outside of the Communitech building, maybe I think a Vidyard was starting out in Oak Street, I believe, in a little green painted house, and that was sort of the extent of our tech sector at the time. And now we've seen it really extend out, both to, north and south along King Street, and or I guess east and west along King Street, and and north and south from there throughout the downtown and into Midtown and so on. And so I think that really has spoken of some of the impact. But more importantly, I know sometimes one of the things we hear is some of the tech companies don't necessarily, because they have lunch for employees and so on, we don't necessarily get the economic impact. But the reality is each of those jobs are creating a lot of other jobs in terms of service jobs that support those businesses. People are living downtown and spending money. People are spending money after work and so on. I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about that, because I think it's an important message to get out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's Enrico Morelli, who's a University of California, Berkeley economist, and he's actually gone through and has a job multiplier for tech jobs. It's 4.5 support jobs, and it's largely because the supply chain for many digital companies is services, and so you think about the supply chain for somebody who writes software. It's largely their home, the services they buy, the products they buy. It's a lot about personal individual spending, which drives a lot of the job multiplier. So I think that there's that's why we have really grown through almost every challenge we've had in the last 15 years from an employment perspective. Was the strength of the tech industry coming in behind and backfilling a lot of the jobs that were lost in other industries. I think the other thing too is just I just see so much hope. I get tired of Zoom. I get Zoom fatigue, and so I switch everything over to my phone, and I drive around in my car, and I look at the changing landscape in our city and the cranes and the condos, and it's just I think we're so poised to just come out of this so much stronger than we went into it, having reinvented ourselves, and with an opportunity of being able to access talent and capital virtually, which we never could, to fuel the growth and potential of our great companies here.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you again, Ian.
Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue except for myself. I just wanted to, I think you answered the question, but as someone that I've been pondering since this pandemic began, one of the biggest issues we had was, the brain drain, people leaving, us training them, and then getting, sucked down to the valley. Now, with how everything's changed in terms of the net benefit or gain, it's going to be that much more difficult now because people can remote work to pull those people up, but at the same time there's going to be much less incentive for them to leave. On the whole, do you see it more as the changing work environment as an opportunity, or do we have to be very careful because there is a significant risk?
It's a really, really interesting question, and one that I've spent a lot of time thinking about and talking to people about, this whole notion of proximity optional and what does it mean for academic institutions. If you're going to do some sort of blended hybrid model of a workplace, and Purdue's getting in the game in a massive way, are you going to want to go to Trent, or you want to go to Purdue when both are going to have some sort of hybrid virtual model? Sorry, Trent, or anyone who went to Trent. But so I think that there's CEOs right now who are like who do believe, I would say by and large companies believe, that they need to, and we need to get really, really good at attracting, retaining, and motivating and managing remote workers, and be better at that than anyone else. There's some people who sort of say, oh, it's terrible, foreign companies, they're going to hire all our graduates. And then there's, CEOs who say, you know what, bring it on, because we think we can win that contest. because of our community and the strength of our community and the kind of place that we are and the kind of companies we're building. And so it's still a war for talent, but the battle lines have been redrawn. And I really do think that it's going to be to our betterment. I think that we got some pretty fierce competitors who are determined that they're going to win in this war for talent.
Okay, thank you for that. Just again, thank you for your leadership over the years at Communitech. I've long thought that, you know, growing up in like the Uniroyal type era, the biggest way to make your economy resilient is, instead of having one, you know, or a couple big monolithic businesses, to have, you know, hundreds or even thousands of small businesses. And I think tech's also resilient. So thank you for your work there.
My pleasure. And I think we're at an interesting point in the history and the evolution of our ecosystem. We're seeing some, you know, we saw fire sale exits in the mid 2000s because there was no growth capital. Of course, now we see a lot of growth capital, and we see a lot of growth. We see companies going public for the first time because there's a public market to go public on. We see big exits, companies like Verafin, Wattpad. So I think we're at a turning point in our evolution and our maturity as an ecosystem, both locally and nationally. And it's very exciting to see these next crops of companies coming along behind that are all determined that they are going to go big.
It's excellent to hear. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegate is Arafat Zarabadi.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atefe, and I'm co-founder and CEO of Artificial Intelligence Imaging Sensors, a medtech company, a startup company that develops portable brain scanner for early diagnosis of a stroke. Next slide, please. A stroke is one of the leading causes of death and disability worldwide. Every 4 minutes, someone dies of a stroke, and the forecasts show an increase in a stroke occurrence. By 2030, an additional 4 million people will die of a stroke. That imposes a huge socioeconomic burden on the society, projected to be $240 billion annual cost in the US only. Next slide, please. A stroke occurs when blood flow to the brain is interrupted. It mostly happens when a clot blocks the blood vessel, named ischemic stroke. It can be treated within a golden time of 3 hours by clot dissolving drug. The other type of stroke is bleeding or hemorrhage, which requires surgery at a comprehensive stroke center. The type of stroke must be identified before any treatment can begin. Next slide, please. Thank you. Every minute a stroke remains untreated, nearly 2 million brain cells die, increasing the risk of permanent brain damage, disability, or death. Next slide. Our solution is to bring diagnosis close to the symptom onset. AimSense brain scanner is portable and can fit into an ambulance and sent to the patient for on-site imaging. Early diagnosis of a stroke type will save time to treatment. If it is ischemic stroke, the patient can receive the clot-busting drug at the primary stroke center. And if it is a hemorrhage, the patient would be transferred directly to the comprehensive stroke center. Next slide. In the second part of my presentation, I would like to explain the impact of Communitech on AimSense growth. I was honored to be one of the finalists in FIAS Founder 2020. And after that, I became part of a FIAS Founder Intensive Track program, which took AimSense to another level. It was a 6-month program that provided capital as well as mentorship. It helped us make progress in different fronts that I categorize them here as technical and business milestones. Next, please. Developing a medical device requires high-tech RF equipment. The financial support from FedDev through FIRST Founder Intensive Track Program enabled us to purchase the necessary hardwares to equip our material characterization lab, as well as our microwave and antenna lab. In the picture, you can see the feasibility demonstration system where we test or design sensors on a human brain head phantom. And we also started the animal study by modeling ischemic stroke on rat brain tissue. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. AIMSys was founded in 2019, and during the discovery phase, we presented the proof of concept through computer simulation. And in 2020, thanks to FIRST Founder Program, we built the first prototype. And from there, we became part of NGEN, Next Generation Manufacturing Canada pilot program, where we partnered with 2 other SMEs in the region for prototype development. We are planning to launch our product in 5 years after running the clinical trials and getting the FDA clearance. Next, please. Next slide, thank you. This is a multidisciplinary venture, and AIMSys brings scientists and engineers with different backgrounds together to make it happen. Both me and the other co-founder, Mohammed, are UWaterloo alumni. During the course of my PhD, I studied development of imaging technologies for analysis of biomolecules, and I did a postdoctoral fellow in neuroscience for 2 years. Mohammed has extensive experience in microwave and RF engineering. Next, please. AIMSys is backed by amazing technical and business advisors. Coming from academia, the mentorship I received from Bruce and PJ, who are both community growth coaches, is invaluable to me. Next, please. This technology can save lives and reduce the stroke management costs significantly. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions of the delegate? There are some coming here, beginning with Councillor Chapman.
Yes, thank you so much for coming in. I mean, it's good to hear a real life success story, because it gives us a better idea of the value that Communitech brings to the community. So I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank you for coming in, and I think I'm also very pleased to see this FIRST Founder program that helps women in particular and people of diverse backgrounds to tap into the services that are being provided. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the very, that's excellent presentation. And just wondering, you said you're UW grad. Have you originally from the local area, or you chose to come to University of Waterloo from somewhere else, just to get an understanding of your background?
Yeah, actually, I came to Canada in 2010 to pursue my PhD at UWaterloo.
Okay, all right. Well, that's important. The fact that we can attract global talent such as yours, so that's fantastic. What made you choose to stay within the community after graduating from your program? Because talent like yourself, PhD candidate, and I'm sure grad as well, you could have gone anywhere in the world, and I'm sure your skills are sought for. Why did you decide staying within Kitchener-Waterloo?
Yeah, actually, I'm a Canadian citizen, and Waterloo is my home since 2010. But the entrepreneurship journey started recently for me. And as I mentioned, it was very important for me to get this mentorship and all this support from a Communitech to kind of guide me through this business side of the technology development, because specifically for medical device technologies, it is a little bit harder. We are also a part of Velocity, and we have a very good community there. But for the health tech, it has some other set of requirements like regulatory, the clinical trials, and all those things that Communitech brings a lot of good growth coaches on board who are specifically helping us developing this.
Well, I really appreciate you coming forward and sharing a story of yourself and your company. And I think it just accents exactly the importance that incubators play in ensuring that they retain and nurture talent such as yourself, and wish you all the success in your company. Thank you.
Thanks, my pleasure.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. And I just want to continue with what Councillor Singh has said, and I think what you're working on is a tremendous need. It's probably one of the biggest killers in our society, and I know I went through this personally with my own mother a couple of years back, and I wish you all the success and everything that comes with in regards to work with this type of technology to making.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, your signal's breaking up a bit. Might want to try turning off your video, perhaps.
I'm not sure what was thinking. This is a tremendous opportunity, and I think it's a great initiative that you're launching, and I wish you all the success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. And Adafe, I wanted to thank you for coming as well. It's so inspiring to hear stories such as yours, and over the years for others who have come up with great innovative ideas and have been able to make them a reality here. And it's part of the reason why one of the first things we did with our new economic development strategy was partner with the University of Waterloo in the new health innovation arena that is going to develop over the next number of years. But to now look at how we can work together with Communitech and do things like Fierce Founders and other and grow that and see more success stories such as yours, in my mind is really tremendous. And as someone like Councillor Ioannidis, who had a mother who has gone through a stroke, I particularly find your story very interesting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Just quick, curious one myself. Is the intention to actually replace MRI or CT scanners, or is it to augment?
No, actually, it is not a replacement, because those technologies are already gold standards. So the only problem is that the CT scanner and MRIs as mobile stroke units, they are not financially viable because of the technology itself. They are kind of stationary and very expensive. So this one, the technology that we are building is the core is an electromagnetic device that can be miniaturized and has the potential to become portable. So that is the what makes it different. So it is kind of supplementary, I would say, rather than the replacing it.
Versus the as I recall, MRIs or something like $500,000, and CT scanners even more. So that would be
so MRI, actually MRI has like a very high resolution, but for like differentiating between the hemorrhage and the ischemic, we do not need that. So we just need to say if it is a bleeding or a clot. So as soon as we can identify the type of the stroke, then we can decide for the correct treatment.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Dr. Zarabardi, for coming in. Really very much appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Okay. Take care now. Okay, next we have Minto Schneider.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh,
We
good.
can't see you just yet. There you are. Oh, you were there for a second.
Yeah, well, there you go. You'd think I would have mastered Zoom by now. Thank you very much, Chair Davey and Council, for allowing me to come and speak with you today. I want to talk a little bit about the actions that we've undertaken to support the industry over the past year and the benefits that have been recognized as a result of the funding support we've accessed for the tourism and hospitality industry in Waterloo Region. I'd also like to thank the City of Kitchener and Corey and his team for the collaboration, advice, and support over the last year. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced the residents of Waterloo Region and Kitchener to make sacrifices to protect their family, friends, and neighbors. Businesses have closed, people have lost their jobs, and successful businesses have been forced to rely on government support to survive. No other sector has been affected like the tourism and hospitality industry, an industry that, despite incredible innovation and expertise, relies on the freedom of movement of residents and travelers. The ability to enjoy the taste of a culinary experience, hike or cycle trails, see a live performance, go to a festival, or visit an attraction. Those experiences cannot be replicated fully online, and as a consequence, nor can the economic activity or revenues that accompany it. Next slide, please. Prior to March 2020, the City of Kitchener had a very strong tourism and hospitality industry. These numbers were gathered in January 2020. Next slide, please. In one short year, one very long year, we saw restaurants closed, some permanently. Next slide, please. Museums and exhibit venues forced to cancel plans and events to close down for extended periods. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And some of our biggest attractions either closed during their busiest and most lucrative revenue earning periods. Next slide, please. Next, please. And some not able to open at all year. Next slide, please. The Community Planning Department for the region of Waterloo reported just last week that in our region, the accommodations and food sector, which includes restaurants, was the hardest hit industry, showing just 52% of pre-COVID monthly employment as of December 2020. Tourism provides one of the most diversified workforces in the country. In addition to being one of the top employers of youth, tourism businesses also employ more women, new Canadians, and seniors than most other business sectors. A survey of hospitality workers managed by the Counseling Consortium of Waterloo Region showed that workers in our industry are suffering. Their mental health and physical health are at extremely low levels, and that was before the third shutdown. Next slide, please. In late 2020, Explore Waterloo Region, in collaboration with the Region of Waterloo and area municipalities, applied for funding to support individual tourism businesses through a grant from FedDev, the Tourism Adaptation and Recovery Program, or TARP. Our application was approved, but for a much lower amount than was needed. We received just $240,000. We worked with municipal staff, BIAs, and RTO4 to review applications and award funds. Funding was provided to support the implementation of health and safety protocols and/or renovations or equipment to accommodate physical distancing. We received 74 applications and we were able to fund 56 businesses from across Waterloo Region. 27 of the applications were from Kitchener-based businesses. The total ask from Kitchener businesses was over $236,000, and we were only able to award $105,000. We quite simply did not have enough funds to meet the need. We're working with both the provincial and federal governments to advocate for continued support of our industry. We've had some good news in the provincial budget, which hopefully will be passed, and we're looking forward for some good news from the federal budget later today. But despite the support of the federal and provincial governments, a third lockdown is devastating for all businesses. Dramatic falls in revenues over the past year mean that many businesses have taken on debt to survive. 40% of Ontario businesses have taken on over $100,000 in new debt, and 32% now say that insurmountable levels of debt are one of the biggest risks to their business. Next slide, please. What can we do to help? We need to get people back to work, and we need to make sure that businesses survive so that people can return to the jobs that they love. For every 8 tables, as quoted earlier in Corey's presentation, every 8 tables opened at a restaurant, we can bring back 7 jobs. That's 7 people back at work and 7 families bringing home another income. The TARP grant was the first step to provide support to our hard-hit industry as businesses do their best to survive and continue to provide employment and services to residents and eventually to visitors to Kitchener and Waterloo Region. A second round of funding, TARP 2, will help continue this effort to support more businesses to reopen and recover. Tourism and hospitality businesses make up the fabric of our community. Restaurants, bars and cafes, live music and theater, and attractions. Without these vital businesses, our community will not be the vibrant destination that serves local residents, attracts visitors and businesses to live, work, invest, and play. Tourism is economic development's first date. Next slide, please. That's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider, for your presentation. There's at least one question at the moment. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah. Thanks, Minto, for coming in. Everything that Explore Waterloo Region does to help support our community. I guess my question is regards to, again, I will ask, is there anything in the documents that we have proposed that you feel we are missing?
I don't think so, but just to build on what Ian McLean said earlier, I think one of the challenges that we've had is the confusing communication around what's safe to do and what isn't safe to do. I mean, I understand, and everybody understands during lockdown what's safe, but once the restrictions start to lift, I think it's critically important that we let people know that it is safe to go out and encourage them to do that. But we also have to make sure we're consistent in our communication across the region.
Okay. Again, all right. Thank you. And thanks for everything that you guys do.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair Davey. And thank you so much for coming in today, Minto. Certainly, the tourism sector has been so hard hit. And I was actually on another Zoom call a couple of weeks ago with regards to talking about the talent drain, actually, from the tourism sector, because it's been really, really hard for organizations to hang on to that talent whenever they've had to go out and find other work. And there's so many really well-trained people in that sector that were used to doing tours or working in different areas of the sector. And actually, the person that made the presentation was from the Ontario Tourism Education Corporation. And they've really been working hard at trying to help tourism groups retain their talent by finding ways of. Is that something that we've been looking at in this area as well?
Yes, it's a huge concern. You're absolutely right. I mean, we had problems with not having enough talent before COVID hit. So when COVID hit and so many people were out of work, they were forced to look for other industries for jobs. So we're forecasting that we're going to have a bigger issue after this is over. OTEC has been great about working to reskill labor within the tourism industry, and so is Tourism HR Canada. So we're working with both of them to try and make sure that we have those training modules available, and we promote them within the region as well. The BIAs, the chambers have been fantastic to work with. And so that's how we get the word out to try and make sure we retain as many workers as we can.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a huge, huge issue. So thank you. Thank you again for your presentation, Minto.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there are no further questions. I'd just like to thank you for coming in, making, speaking to the plan that's put forward, and also for touching upon the communication issue that's we've all been dealing with. It's been challenging with the confusing messages for those that are when we're going into the lockdown for reasons of safety. We have to make 100% sure that when we're coming out of it, it's clear at all levels of government for our economic recovery. So it's an excellent point. And thank you for coming in.
Yeah, just one more comment, Chair Davey, if I may.
Please.
I know that the K-shaped recovery is an interesting one, and tourism and hospitality are definitely on the downward slide, and we're not seeing that change anytime soon. So I'm happy to say that I'm joining the leadership committee of Best WR to help make sure that we stay in the news, and that an industry that's still suffering is able to communicate with the powers that be to make sure that we are getting the support that we need.
Thank you. Actually, Mayor Verbanovich had a question as well.
Not a question. Actually, I was actually just going to say the same thing, Minto, as you said you wanted to add something. I was going to announce that because I know it was shared. So thank you for doing that. I mean, obviously, thank you for your leadership with the sector as a whole over the last while. It has been a tough haul. All of the decisions from our other orders of government have not always made sense, and we've tried to tackle some of those, and we'll continue to try to tackle some of those in the weeks ahead once we get out of this current lockdown. But it is a sector that's going to need a lot of love over the next little while.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Marsh.
Sorry, yeah, just a late addition, just to say, listen, I hope that we can have more staycation, messaging, because we won't be able to go anywhere for a long time or welcome visitors from far, but people still want to get out of their homes, and when it's safe to do so, even within a smaller area. I hope that we can work with you on, getting the message out that when it is safe to do so, to get out and tour around our local areas too.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. And that's been one of maybe the silver linings to COVID, is that we've created more ambassadors for Waterloo Region because nobody's been able to go anywhere else. So hopefully now they're inviting their friends and family to come to Waterloo Region to enjoy what we've got to offer. And we have outdoor activities in spades. So, as soon as it's safe to go out, we'll be able to do more of that. Sadly, we do have a Playcation Passport program ready to launch. But it's been ready to launch since December, and we keep getting waylaid just because of the shutdown. So fingers crossed that when we're through this next wave, we'll be able to launch that and get more people moving about the region.
Fingers crossed indeed. Thank you very much for taking the time today.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Next, second last delegate is Linda Yetzi.
Okay, should be able to see me and hear me at this point.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And yes, after over a year of working on Zoom, we've got it right. Thank you. At this point, it's more good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City of Kitchener councillors. Thank you for the opportunity, and my intention today is to update you on a couple of BIA initiatives that were created during 2020 to address the pandemic and recovery. Ask please that you would advance slide. In April of 2020, the Board of Directors approved the reallocation of funds from canceled programs, allowing us to shift and respond as we moved through what would be a really long cycle of closures and restrictions. Just highlighting a few of the projects, but we had a sustainability grant that provided about $3,000 to Main Street businesses back, supply of PPE, a lot of marketing efforts and programs focused on supporting local shops and restaurants. And of course, the largest investment that we made was the Downtown Kitchener Art Walk. May I ask to please advance slowly through the next 3 slides. This project was intended to beautify downtown and attract people to visit safely outside. The Art Walk had a further purpose to connect new people to downtown with the hopes that they would support a business on their journey. The BIA invested close to $200,000 on 14 new metal framework pieces that are all interchangeable, giving the exhibit a new start every year. We then added 6 murals and worked to create the Art Walk Field Guide, a free publication for everyone. As we moved into tighter restrictions, this project became more successful than we anticipated since people were looking to be outside safely. We're grateful to the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery for managing the process and providing expertise for a project that should have taken over a year and was completed in just under 5 months. To date, the online version of the Art Walk has had over 12,000 downloads and provided over $40,000 in funding to local artists. We are ready in May next month and poised to install over 20 new applications of local photography. During the last months of 2020, I focused on how we could, as a BIA, assist our district even further and make it more compelling in 2021 for people to visit and stay. I would ask Mr. Bunn to slowly go through the next 3 slides, which are photographs of our patio program. We suspected that the public would show a preference for outdoor activity as the pandemic restrictions lift. In January, we had no idea when we created this program that it would be where it is today, and we suspect that outdoor dining will be allowed in the initial stages. We also know that an attractive and comfortable patio can represent much needed additional revenue for our businesses. The BIA board approved my recommendation to invest close to $500,000 in this program. These funds are coming from a capital reserve and canceled programs. The photos you see are renderings of the patios that will be constructed. We are close to 24 patios on the list with 3 new community spaces that will be open to the public. The return on investment is anticipated to assist our businesses to compete with others in the region, to attract more people with comfortable, nice spaces to dine and relax, and it will beautify our streetscape. This program would not be possible without the collaboration and efforts of the City of Kitchener, ensuring a smooth process for our business owners and an enhanced horticultural effort. We will continue to invest in the city's horticultural efforts, and we will continue with the program of garbage pickup on the streets every day from 4 to 8 p.m. Please advance slide. Thank you. The BIA completed the contribution of $300,000 to the Queen Street project in 2020. Projects like this are so impactful. They bring more life to our streets, and they're going to allow for placemaking activities in Beauvilsaint Green when we can. Please advance slide. I'd like to close with a few comments about what would help the businesses of downtown Kitchener with sustainability as we move out of this pandemic. Our small businesses need our municipal government to continue to advocate on their behalf at a provincial and federal level on programs outside of the municipal government's capability. But now more than ever, as this 3rd lockdown and a slower transition out of the pandemic is looming over us, our small businesses need their voice heard regarding programs that could help them survive. Information on what they need advocacy for has been shared with Councillor Sarah Marsh and Councillor Debbie Chapman of the BIA Board of Directors and was recorded and sent over to Sarah Marsh. Our business district is understanding that this pandemic has affected so many others across our city. The downtown district, unlike any other in our city, went through the pains of LRT construction with significant revenue loss and had just 2 years before the pandemic arrived. For me, if I could advocate strongly today for what is really vital to our core for business recovery, it would be that the City of Kitchener continues to dedicate resources to the heart of our city. The downtown wards are the 2 wards that touch and belong to all other wards and all citizens in Kitchener. Downtown should be our pride and joy. It should be the place you bring a visitor if visiting from another region or province or country. It should be compelling to come downtown. It should be easy to move around. It should be easy to find parking, and it should be clean and attractive. We need to pivot and rethink how we can bring back our festivals and live music on a smaller scale when we can, and to keep the activity we had. When this started and I called around to business owners, here is what one person said to me. please don't lose the momentum we were on before this happened. We have wonderful assets like the market and Victoria Park. I would ask that we never stop allocating our resources for renovating, updating, and maintaining those wonderful features that define this space. As is the case with the Queen Street project, that has had such a positive impression for visitors and residents that live here. Because after all, if people are compelled to walk here, to get in their car and drive here, or to take public transit, either from another ward or as a resident or employee, and spend a portion of their disposable income in a downtown business, and as we heard from Mr. Bloom, our citizens' wallets can help us with recovery, then the resources allocated by the city and the BIA to a lively and attractive streetscape turns into business recovery, business sustainability, and in turn, business attraction. So thank you for listening, and I welcome your questions and feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Yahtzee. There are a couple people in the queue with questions, beginning with Mayor Verbenovich.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Yahtzee, for coming in today and sharing your presentation, as well as for your leadership over the past year. I actually keep a copy of this trustworthy guide here on my desk, and it's one that I've shared and talked about with many people who live in the community, and I know many have taken advantage and are probably part of your stats in terms of how many have grabbed either hard copies or online versions of it and enjoyed the walk, and hearing about additional installations is wonderful, as are the patios going forward. I do want to touch base on the advocacy piece, because it is something that we have been doing very diligently, both at a city and regional level through Best WR and our meetings as elected officials with local MPs and MPPs, as well as through our networks provincially and federally. And it's much of that advocacy that has seen many of the programs come in place that exist. And I know we're hearing rumors that we will see further extensions or and adjustments to those programs through the summer and the fall, likely announced as part of this afternoon's federal budget going forward. I guess my question specifically, over and above the advocacy, and I know the first rent program wasn't ideal, and there were changes made then to the second one, which made it work better for folks, and the wage subsidy program, the things like the Digital Main Street initiatives that the feds funded across the country. I'm wondering, is there some other specific areas of advocacy that you're looking for? And also, as a BIA, has there been some advocacy that you've done directly with the MPs and the MPPs as well?
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor Barry. Yes, we've been advocating ourselves as a group of BIA executive directors. So I joined with the economic development officer from Woolwich Township, Tracy from Uptown Waterloo, and myself. We did advocate and get meetings with each of our MPPs. One MPP couldn't make it, but we were able to speak with Michael Harris, Catherine Fife, and Laura May Lindo. Most of that advocacy was around the blanket closures that really affected our small businesses in such a negative way. And we all know that the big box stores were really the winners when we have some lovely small shops that were taking every precaution they could and letting one or two people in at a time. And they suffered badly for being shut down. It was such a blanket. So unfortunately, it came a little bit too late. We advocated at an OBIA level also with the Ontario BIA Association. it came in the last shutdown. Finally, they roped off non-essentials in the big box stores, but
Right.
it was super unfortunate. So we've been advocating all through this, but I feel sometimes that municipal government and someone in your positions can have a stronger voice for some of the other pains that small business owners are going through. We all know that the rent subsidy program wasn't really quite effective for them. The wage subsidy program was great. I will also mention that one of the other areas that we're trying to advocate for is the skip the dishes and Uber Eats fees. I'm not sure how we get around that. That's a pretty big issue to take on, but we are the innovation hub of Canada. And I have to believe that we could do something better than what we're doing right now. One of our local businesses shared with me last week that they recorded their numbers and did their final tally. They were up $100,000 because of curbside pickup, which was great news. And 67,000 of those dollars went to those apps. So that's sad. That's really hard. That's a lot of money, but it's sometimes close to 28%.
Yeah, no, and that's certainly been, disappointing. And I know part of the reason why we often encourage people to go and pick up their own meals curbside as opposed to getting them delivered, because that's a much better way to go. And unfortunately, it's also one of those things where the private sector sets prices and the laws of supply and demand kick in, and it's something that's unregulated by the by any order of government, quite frankly. But I guess specifically, I'm over above the advocacy that we have been doing, and I would agree with you. It was frustrating to see the decisions around things like small business openings and so on take as long as they did, or looking at restaurants beyond 10, regardless of size, and they finally changed that after a year of advocacy by many groups. Is there some other specific areas that you're looking for? Because we have been continuing to advocate around continuing the programs, and so, like I said, we're hopeful that we're going to see some of that in the federal budget this afternoon. But is there some new stuff specifically you're looking for?
Yes, through the chair, thank you. The list that some of the directors came up with and some business owners that shared feedback, financial support and subsidies from the province to advocate for this. Advocacy for reduced fees, point of sale machines, business banking, energy rebates, phone and internet providers, as well as municipal online service fees. And I know that this is all recorded and Sarah Marsh has this list.
Yeah, we all have it. It's actually been shared with us.
Okay.
So yeah, no, for sure. I guess I was looking specifically, and I know Councillor Marsh is bringing a motion forward on some of these later on. So basically, it's things that are covered off in that list.
So if I could just add to two of the topics on that list, I would say that to make it easy for people to get in and out of the core for curbside pickup, because that is going to be, if we want people to stop using that app, we need people to be able to get down here, park easily, park fast, grab their food and go home. And sometimes that's a bit of a challenge. The city's done a good job at providing some extra parking for us at the 15 and 30-minute level, but that could be relooked at to support downtown having easier access for grab and go food, because then people will stop using that app. Secondly, I would ask that while the program for Digital Main Street is a good one, we are constantly hearing back, and have for the past 2 years, that it doesn't come with enough services. Try to understand that small business owners now are at a skeleton staff, so they've had to let people go. They're often doing everything themselves. And sometimes there's a language barrier. And what they really need is help. They need services to go with the programming to get them digitally savvy and up and running to compete with bigger shops. So to do that, it just requires a bit more hand-holding. I heard Mr. Klugman say that, our local, we have bright stars and thousands of local co-op students. I know that Tracy and I went to Communitech to make that recommendation, like, could there be a program? So as you develop this partnership, again, we're the innovation hub of Canada. What a great pilot project this would be to tell Canada that we had our students and our bright stars each hold the hand of one small business to help them move through this. Because they're not always digitally savvy and they don't have the time to do it by themselves. And especially now, they don't have the money to pay someone else to do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks very much. And so some of my questions have already been answered. Linda, can you just share with us, I know our colleague, Councillor Ioannidis, has been asking other delegates, and I'll just ask you as well to save time. What else is missing from our plan so far? If you have anything in addition to add.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Marsh. The plan, it's difficult because the BIA Board of Directors hasn't had a formal opportunity to meet as a board. We meet on April the 28th. I like the flexibility of the plan because what I did learn in 2020, we used to call it Shred It Fridays. We would work all week and work hard and then shred our plans. And I think that as we move out of this pandemic, we're going to have some flexibility with the business district and what we need. And so if we could look at a way to make sure our businesses are strong and that there's flexibility in that plan, and that there's a weighted contribution to downtown being the heart of the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you also for the way that you framed your presentation, talking about sustainability in the downtown. I think that that's key. I think that we need to help sustain the businesses that are going to make it through, even though some have very sadly and devastatingly not made it through, but some are making it through, and then they are going to need every bit of support and advocacy that we can provide. So I look forward to working alongside Councillor Chapman and the mayor and all of my colleagues to work with you on our recovery. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Linda, for your presentation. When I look at this K impact diagram that we were given, it seems to me that most of the downtown businesses fall into the negatively impacted arm of that K. And so this, to me, is very unfortunate and in fact very sad, because as we know, people are really struggling, certainly in the downtown. So my question to you is, we've got this proposal to introduce this Love My Business grant. And I think there, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there are about $225,000 dedicated or set aside for that in the proposal. And I was wondering if you thought that downtown businesses would benefit from an increase in the amount of money that's available there. Is it something that they would tap into or not?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Absolutely. And I have the resource on my team that could help those downtown businesses come up with a marketing plan. So we do have someone on our team that could work with them to make the best use of those funds. And yes, downtown has been hit very hard. And again, we need to attract people here. So the investment in the patio program will be coupled with a marketing program to get people to come down. We have some new programs that we're introducing to make downtown a destination. But any extra help we could get in marketing for the businesses would be phenomenal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to seeing those patios up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there are no further questions. Ms. Yatsky, thank you kindly for taking the time to make your presentation and for being patient as you were later in the queue list here today. So thank you very much.
You.
Okay, and the last person is Ms. Lynn Short from the Kaytaba Community Foundation.
Hi all.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
No problem at all. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate Chair Davey and Council letting me talk about the arts for just a few moments. I was asked to speak today to give you a bit of background on some work that the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation did in 2020 specifically, and talk to what our thoughts are on 2021 to help you in making a decision about what you might choose to do about additional granting support to the arts. So for those of you that don't know, and I'll be brief, we have funds that are restricted that donors make choices on how those are distributed in community, and we have unrestricted grants. And in 2020, we did a survey into community. And as you heard earlier in the presentation from Mr. Bloom, arts organizations were very affected during COVID, particularly those that get revenue from ticketed resources. And so when we were making our decisions about unrestricted granting from our community fund, which actually includes funds from the Kitchener Mayor and Council Fund, we decided that some of our unrestricted granting would go into response, and we did work in that area. And then we also did work around sustainability and recovery. And we did that in two specific grant streams. One was focused on BIPOC sustainability and recovery. I won't be commenting on that today, but the other was arts. And we did it a little bit differently than we've done in the past. In the past, we have a broad group of volunteers that make recommendations on how we grant. And so folks from different backgrounds, we grant all across Waterloo Region. And we made a decision with the arts grants that we would actually go out to those who are in the arts community, and they would become the committee that would make decisions. So not only did they agree to make decisions on behalf of this application, they helped us develop the guidelines, they helped us develop the application, they helped do the analysis and make the recommendation, and we're just in the process of working with that group to actually determine the evaluations that come out of those grants. So had a group of 5 individuals that did that work with us, went out to community in the fall, had 26 organizations that applied. Of that, we were able to provide funding to 20 organizations in the amount of about $240,000 last year. Some of that was from our community funds. And then we also had other donor advised funds that came along and supported some of those grant requests. When we did this work in 2020, one thing to highlight, the folks that put down, the folks that were on the committee specifically wanted us to focus our granting on emerging, small, and medium-sized arts organizations. So it was those that needed some more grassroots support. And as I mentioned, we were able to grant in the amount of about $240,000. What were some of the things that were funded, just to give you an idea? Some of it had to do with COVID in terms of PPE. So a few organizations needed to improve ventilation in their facilities. So when theaters open up again, there needs to be different ventilation. Few had to really pivot. And so rather than having live events, They had to start taking their programs virtually. Others started whole new programs around virtual, and others came up with art that could be in outdoor spaces. And so very interesting spectrum of organizations across the community. We had good feedback, really strong feedback from that grant stream, and actually from the other pilot grant stream we did, so much so that our board has approved us doing some of that work again in this fall. So we've allocated funding from our community grants to do so in the fall. We've just done a reach out to get some more feedback on how we might support the community. Again, it likely would be in the emerging small organizations. The amounts of the grants last year were up to $20,000 to give you an idea of the increments in order to provide support. We would be augmenting that committee slightly in terms of the work we're doing. And one of the questions that would be part of the application process. So we aren't specifically calling it a recovery program due to COVID, but for all of those organizations, that is a key criterion. So it would be one of the key factors in terms of we have an application and we have questions that we say additional consideration will be provided to this, and it would be up to the group to make decisions on that. I'm going to pause, and if you have questions, you can ask me then questions about how it might fit in and what you're thinking.
Thank you very much for making your presentation. There's a question at the moment from Mayor Verbenovich.
More a comment than a question, Lynn. I just really wanted to thank you and the entire team at the foundation for the leadership you've shown, particularly with the not-for-profit sector in the community over the past 13 months. You've, I think, stepped up in some pretty amazing ways and have been really creative in the kinds of programs which you spoke about today, both in terms of arts and culture, but also in terms of those that supported the Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, in terms of meeting some of the challenges that COVID has put upon them. And I'm really glad you're here today talking about arts and culture, because it is a sector that's been unduly hit. And one of the last ones that in some respects is going to come back in its traditional forms, where we can, pack an arena or pack a theater, with sellout performances of some of our favorite music and theater productions and other shows. So I think these kinds of initiatives are going to be so important. So thanks for being here.
Well, and thank you so much for those comments. And I would say one of the reasons we've been able to do as much in community is because of partnership with the city and other partners across the community who are looking to step up and do things in creative ways. And it's allowed us to be creative and think outside of the box. And that is, after I listened to all of the delegates that have spoken today, every single one of those organizations have done things in, I don't want to use the pivot word, but in amazing ways to support community. And we're very humbled and pleased to be able to provide assistance to those organizations.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Lynn.
Thanks.
Thank you. A question, Councillor Gazzola.
Sorry, I'm having trouble getting unmuted. Just a quick little question. I wonder if you could just remind me again the amount of grants that your organization redistributed, and what portion of that came from the city.
So just a clarifying question for you, Councillor Gazzola. Do you mean within the arts area overall, or do you mean, so in 2020, we granted over $5.7 million overall. Of that amount, in this particular grant stream that I'm talking about, $240,000 came from our community grant stream, our community fund, and also from some other private donors. The city has a named fund within our community fund, and so a percentage of that amount, and I'd have to go back and look. The fund is about $45,000 within our overall community fund. I'd have to look and see the total amount that was distributed, but I could easily get that information back to you.
No, that's fine. I was trying to, I wasn't, I know that you gave away 5 million or whatever. You do that every year, but I was interested in what you did last year that was different, that's due to COVID, and to what extent the city was involved with that. So in other words, you're telling me the city has an ongoing fund of $45,000 deposited with your organization that you hand out annually?
So the city has a named fund within our community fund,
Mm.
and our community fund is our unrestricted granting. And so at the State of the City, for example, there were ticket sales and funding grew your fund within the community fund. We make a rate of return on that every year, and that allows us to grant out about $800,000 in unrestricted funding a year. Last year, we granted out $5.7 million overall. So part of that was the community fund, of which of the 5.7 overall, over $2 million was specifically earmarked for COVID. There would be other donor advised funds that, for example, would say, give $20,000 to the food bank. Well, they could have made that choice because of COVID, but we can't track it explicitly because of that, if that's helpful.
So what are you specifically dealing with this year that was different than last year? What are we looking at?
You mean in terms of issues in the community, or what? Just to clarify, so I don't go so broad, sometimes
No, your granting program. It's all about your granting program. So what are you going to do this year that's different from last year?
Very fair question. So we're still aligning our granting overall with the 3 areas of Wellbeing Waterloo Region, specifically in affordable housing, healthy children and youth, and social inclusion. We have gone back through all of our granting programs and looked at them with a DEI lens, and we've changed our questions and changed our approach. I would say we're on a continued evolving curve. In terms of what we're doing, we've added additional questions about COVID. We currently have community grants that are open to the community for granting this fall. This arts program is was a pilot last year that we'll be maintaining it. We're also going to have a racial equity fund again in this fall, which is an evolution of that BIPOC fund that we had last year.
Okay, thank you. You've answered my question. These like racial equity and the BIPOC, those are really new issues that we're finally dealing with, and not necessarily part of the COVID program of where people have lost jobs and whatnot. Right? Is that right? Yeah.
Correct. So our board is looking with a social justice lens. We're also very focused on affordable housing, and then we're looking at those other 3 issues as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Mayor Verbenovich, do you have a final question?
Yeah, just a clarification for everyone's benefit is on that named fund. So that fund was created back when Mayor Zare started the State of the City speech, and we created the link between the city and the Community Foundation as the recipient of any proceeds from that every year. And so that's how it's over the years grown to the 45,000. And this year, because we didn't sell tickets, we received donations. And I don't know that I've heard a final tally, so I'll have to check on that, and we'll certainly share it with everyone in terms of what that added to the fund this year. But Lynn, you did this year also get, if I remember correctly, you and the United Way both got a chunk of money from the federal government that was given to community foundations and United Ways across the country that fit into some of that grant programming that you did, and that was unique this past year.
Correct. So this past year, thanks, Mayor. This past year, of the $2 million that we granted specifically to COVID, about $1.1 million flowed through Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation directly to the community as a result of emergency community support funding from the government. And we partnered closely with the Cambridge and North Dumfries Community Foundation, as well as the United Way on that work, had common granting committees, et cetera. So had more flow through funding that went through.
Great, thank you.
That's all the questions, Ms. Shore. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I personally found it informative, and the way that you described the breakdown of the grants was very succinct and clear. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So guys, we have been at this for 2.5 hours now. I think we should take at least a 5-minute break before we get into questions. Okay, so let's reconvene at 1:05 p.m. Please don't be late, all right? 1:05 p.m. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm assuming you can hear me. Yeah, okay, good. I still haven't gotten used to this whole Zoom thing where when you're talking on the telephone, you can sort of hear yourself talking and you know that you're there, but with Zoom, you never can. But anyway, so now we're going to get into questions of staff on this. Was moved by Councillor Singh, and I see two people in the queue, but I wasn't here when the order came in, so I'm just going to go and order this on my screen, which means Councillor Ioannidis, you're up.
Thanks, Chair Davey. And I guess my question with regards to staff is, did we look at any of the zoning bylaws in particular to help support home-based businesses in this shift towards e-commerce and everything else in particular? Because I know I had some residents complaining to me about some home businesses that were doing this stuff with eBay and stuff like that, and I can just picture the shift towards that now with the pandemic even more. So I just wanted to see whether or not we are going to be able to look at this or do some tweaking because of.
You're cutting out, Councillor. You're cutting out, Councillor Ioannidis. I suggest again turning off your screen, but I think Mr. Bloom can respond to your first question.
That are coming up in the other in our planning committee. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, certainly I think that so. My team hasn't directly investigated it yet, but I think it's certainly something that we can raise with our director of planning and our planning staff to understand what both the opportunities and challenges could be. I do recall from my 15 plus years ago when I was in planning, looking at home-based business at the time. It's always that balance of supporting business growth with the potential impacts to neighborhoods that can come along with it. And so I think they're certainly can raise it with our director of planning to see if there are thoughts on how best we can balance those challenges while looking forward to the new reality of post-pandemic life.
Great. I've seen, it's not just the pandemic that I've saw the shift for. I've seen the shift with regards to during the campaign last election. And I've noticed that there was a lot more home-based businesses. So I think very if we look at that and they're not there's stuff
okay.
That is.
Councillor Ioannidis, you're really breaking up. It's difficult to understand. Unfortunately, understand what you're saying. I'm not sure if you can correct that and maybe cue back in. But we really can't understand much of what you're saying right now. So I'm going to move it over to Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. A little bit of what Councillor Ioannidis was saying that I did understand. And of course, he has continued to raise these issues in the past as well, that I think this is an opportunity for us to look at like a holistic and comprehensive way across our city in supporting our small businesses. And small businesses do start up from the garage, from the basements, and from residential homes, and then broaden out. And so out of this recovery program, if you can look at easing some of those restrictions, I support Councillor Ioannidis in that. So Mr. Bloom, on just before I ask the question, I just want to add my compliments to this recovery strategy, as well as my appreciation of staff's willingness to allow them working with me on one idea of the strategy of Love My Hood, and the openness of that they had in seeing that idea and how that could be incorporated into the recovery program, as well as allowing it to be filtered through the EDAC committee. So I appreciate that, and thank you. And I'm really glad to see that added as a part of the strategy. And so speaking of, from the conversations we've had and what my vision was from Love My Business, helping small businesses create their own story in the context of marketing, where they don't have the expertise, and that's where we can lend that hand. and as well as them creating that story, allow those small businesses to leverage and leapfrog of a larger social media following that the city of Kitchener has. Can you speak on that?
Certainly through the chair. I think now you heard from a number of delegations that, I mean, and I shared it up front that one of the biggest areas that businesses think the city can help is in helping them re-engage their customers through marketing specifically. And yet one of the challenges is enabling those businesses to access a higher caliber of professional marketing services. And that's really, I think, one of the thrusts that you had suggested through the Love My Business concept, which is if we were to bring such an individual on staff for a year and allow them to, and I think it's not about necessarily doing the marketing for the business, it's about giving them the professional tools as both a business and an area of town to really help guide them to make sure that the work they want to do or the way they want to present and market themselves can be successful. So the two components of the program, one is that expertise. The other is to allow that each business area to have up to $10,000 that they can use to really get it started. It's one thing to say you should do build a marketing plan, but if they don't have the resources to really put that in action, then certainly it'll be challenged. So I think bringing both of those components together and really providing for non-BIA areas the kind of service they get through the BIAs, I think will in a much smaller capacity, obviously, but I think that will go a long way. I think one of the tertiary benefits is just simply bringing the businesses together, and I think that's the by bringing this resource in to get an area to come together, that in and of itself will lead to resilience and support and progress as well. So I really excited about the concept of the program. I know the Economic Development Advisory Committee was heavily involved in discussions, and they too saw a great opportunity in that program.
No, I'm really glad through your comments that you mentioned the whole BIA thing, and that was my vision as well when I had brought this whole forward, where the certain parts of our community do have that extra added support through the BIAs, like the Belmont Village and downtown. But there's so many other businesses and retail sectors and plazas that just don't. And for them to have some resource, this could be the added way. The last point I want to ask is the promotion. Will that be as part of the Love My Hood, where we can, once they do create that story and that marketing strategy, that we could showcase that through our Facebook account, where we have a large following, as well as Twitter. So we have an ongoing promotion of, hey, there's this business in Ward 6 or Ward 5, Ward 4, or wherever. And then they have access to a much larger audience. That's one. And the last question is around the promotion of this program. What I thought and what I visioned was having something almost like Love My Hood, but on a business component. Will it have its own website and where businesses have an easy access to understanding what this program is?
So again, through the chair, so on your last question, we don't know what that will actually look like, but yes, I would agree. For it to be successful, it will need some presence that in some way that our businesses across the community know how to connect with it. To your first question, I don't believe Ms. Rowland is on the call today, but I know in my conversations, she agrees that the city has such a significant audience reach through our own social media, for example, and other means. And she's certainly open to finding appropriate ways for us to support businesses. Maybe not, posting coupons or deals, but I think there are ways that we can use our social media to support or encourage residents to support local businesses in a way that the taxpayer would find appropriate. So all to say is, yes, there is certainly what it actually looks like is to be determined, but there's certainly an appetite and willingness on our communications team to explore it and do what we can.
Well, let's earmark that hashtag Love My Business. And the other is I strongly encourage, if it's available, let's buy that URL as well, lovemyhood.ca or lovemybusiness.ca. Awesome. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, Mr. Bloom, 3 or 4 hours ago when we started this presentation, you quoted something, and I'm trying to see if I fully understand it. You talked about all of us seeming to have a lot of unspent funds that are just sitting around. This is in personal homes. You talked about an amount of $5,800. Was that $5,800 per individual or per family, or what was that?
So through the chair, I was just referencing, so that was a CIBC study. So, take it for what it was. It was their estimation of in 2020, the average Canadian, there's between what they did not spend that they normally would spend and what they would traditionally save. There'd be about $5,800 of additional what would now be savings. Again, I think they're also very clear that that's not every individual, that this is obviously impacted. That's averaged across everybody. There are many households and individuals that certainly did not have the ability to do that. But there are many that were able to save far more than that.
But then you applied a figure of 232,000, which you came up with $1 billion. Does that mean you did apply it to every individual?
Through the chair. So you're presuming it's an average. If that average that CIBC suggests for all of Canada was equal to Kitchener means so on average. So it means that there are many residents that would not have 5,800, and there are many that would have it far in excess. But on average, again, I'm very clear. It's using assumptions, or it's basing it on studies from another. It was not our body of work. It's what we've seen from CIBC.
No, I'm not faulting you for it. I'm not. Another presentation you talked about were what's happened with U.S. retail sales. Now, can we assume that we're the same as the U.S. here, and those same figures apply for our community? Or
so through the chair, unfortunately, we don't have as diverse access to data as the Americans do. I would say from what we've heard, generally speaking, I don't know about I wouldn't quote the percentages, but certainly those that similarity between those that have been successful and those who have been significantly challenged.
Thank you. I just have a few questions about these organizations that are, I guess, they're requesting funds, or we requested of them to come and request. For example, Communitech. Can someone just give me a brief history of what we've been giving to Communitech? Have we been giving them $500,000 every year, and now we're going to carry that on for the next 3 years?
I can start, and Mr. Bennett may have added details. So certainly, when the Communitech Hub was born, there was a contribution of about, I believe, almost $1 million to help them launch the program. And then 5 years ago, we began an arrangement where we funded them essentially $300,000 a year. It was really driven around the launch of the Civic Innovation Lab at the time. But for the previous 5 years, we've contributed $300,000 to Communitech, so that we have not decided on a contribution for 2021, given the importance of recovery. Our conversations with Communitech in 2020 were any contributions forward need to be around recovery, and they've come to us with a proposal that we've put in front of you, which is for 500. So up until this year, it's been 300,000 a year.
Yeah. Do we have any financial statements or any financial information? And this question really relates not only to Communitech, but also to Waterloo Tourism, and to the community group. There seems to be a lack of financial information as to how are they doing, what's happened, where do they stand? Is that available?
So through the chair, I'll let Mr. Bennett answer the Communitech question. What I can suggest on both the tourism component as well as Community Foundation is they would be flow through. So the funding to the tourism, for example, is simply that they're anticipating running a second stream, and any funding we give them would go directly to the grants that they would offer their businesses. Whereas the Communitech one, there'd be a combination of potential grants and programming. But Mr. Bennett could answer your question on Communitech's financials.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett, I think Mr. Bennett anticipated this question too, because a few days ago, Councillor Gazzola, in case you missed it, I believe he did forward the audited financial statements of Communitech at least. But Mr. Bennett.
Through the chair, thank you, Chair Davey. Yes, I did forward Communitex audited fiscal 2020 financial statements to council on Friday. Basically, they operate a balanced budget throughout the course of the year. So the revenue that they take in and their expenses basically offset each other.
Can you, actually, this is not only applies to Communitech, but to Waterloo Tourism. Can you tell me if the city of Waterloo and other communities, the region of Waterloo, are they contributing additional funds into this pot?
So through the chair, I'll answer the tourism component, and Mr. Bennett can answer Communitech. On the tourism program, yeah, most local municipalities are also considering contribution. I think Cambridge has already approved theirs. Their contribution, I believe, was $100,000. City of Waterloo will be considering a $100,000 contribution. The Woolwich, a small amount in the region, I believe, is also contemplating or has approved a contribution in excess of $200,000. So I think we all saw the success of the first program and how many businesses still needed support, and we're subject to all of our council's approvals would collectively fund a second round.
Where do we get details onto the success of the first part of this program? Was a report issue that I just missed, or?
So through the chair, I don't believe we provided all of the details in the report, but I'm happy to ask Mrs. Schneider to forward those to the balance of council after today.
Yeah.
Councillor Gazzola, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to queue back in. I've given you about 6.5 minutes. I understand that there's lots of questions here. So next up is Councillor Marsh.
Thanks, Chair Davey. So I'm just wondering about the one of the 5 programs that you're proposing here, the the deferral of don't have it right in front of me, the deferral program, and you're estimating that will cost about $375,000. Where did you arrive? How did you arrive at that number? Is that in lost interest, or, I mean, it's deferred revenue, right? So we're going to get it eventually. Just curious about that.
Mr. Lembeck?
So through the chair, the 375,000 estimate was based on what we experienced in terms of arrears last year. And then it's a combination between penalty and interest revenue that we would expect to receive, but also the lost investment income in terms of not having that cash flow coming in. So essentially it was about 125,000 that we estimated per installment for last year's program. That was 2 installments because it was based on the final property tax due date. Because we are adding the May installment, we've added another component or another portion to the estimate in terms of bumping that up to the 375, but it's representative of those 2 factors to arrive at that amount. Now, it could be less depending on how many applications we receive, so it is sort of a best estimate at this time. In terms of our experience last year, it was much less than what we had budgeted in terms of that piece of the program. What we did find is when it was broader and more of a across the board penalty and interest waiver, that it was significant in terms of the dollars of lost revenue over and above $1 million. And so the targeted program, does achieve the purpose of assisting those that need that support. But that's how it was arrived at in terms of the estimate.
And what happens after 60 days? It's generous to give an additional 60 days, but then at the end of the day, they still have to pay the bill. What happens if they can't pay it yet because we're still in early stages of recovery? Then do they get hit with previous interest on the deferred amount, or then do we just start calculating the interest based on the lateness after that point?
So through the chair, part of the requirements of the program are to provide that additional 60 days. So assuming that they do pay on time based on the schedule, there's no penalty and interest that's charged. If for some reason they don't, we would apply penalty and interest back on the account. However, we do work with all property tax owners in terms of ensuring different arrangements to satisfy being able to provide payment. But essentially that's how the program works. It would be extending it by 60 days to give them more time if they need it. under the understanding that they would make payments at that time as part of the eligibility of the program.
Okay. All right. So thanks. And then when we hear the report back on how much it did cost us overall, and if there's an additional savings that we didn't spend the whole 375,000, will that just go back into our $5 million pool?
So through the chair, we envision that this may be funded through the Safe Restart funding that we were provided for 2021. It will depend on obviously where we end for 2021 in terms of the overall financial position. It is something that was eligible last year in terms of having that funding cover off whatever losses we experienced in terms of the program. So that's part of where we'll see where we end up, and then that could be the funding source to provide the covering the deferral amount.
Okay, great. I just want to, Mr. Chair, I have two motions that I'd like to bring forward later at the appropriate time.
Pardon me, they can come after the main motion, Councillor Marsh? Still? Okay, very good. Sorry, Mr. Lautenbach, you can queue back in. Just wanted a question of clarification on Councillor Marsh's question. I didn't quite understand. So supposing someone applies for the 60-day program and they're approved and 60 days comes up and they can't pay, I just want to make sure we're not going to begin accruing interest until after that 60-day period expires. They're not going to owe back interest on the 60 days if they fail to pay at the end, correct?
So to the chair, so that is the way that the program works and was designed, is that if they apply to the program, they're agreeing that we're extending their due date, so they won't get any penalty by not paying. They'll get that additional 60 days. If they do not make the payments according to the adjusted schedule, penalty and interest is charged. So the way the program works is it actually gets waived after the fact when they make the payment within 60 days in terms of taking that interest off of their account. So that's how it's administered in terms of the program.
Okay, I can put some thought to that. Thank you. Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Corey, could you tell me where Communitech fits in the K impact diagram?
So through the chair, in terms of the 5 programs that they're proposing under this partnership, generally speaking, I would say their main focus will be on supporting the growth of new companies to fill our office space. So they themselves would not be the direct ones on the chart. They're really a partner organization that can help, in particular, I think urban landlords who anticipate significant potential vacancies once the office community fully determines its path forward.
So are those companies that they would be supporting, would they be in the top of the K or the bottom of the K?
So through the chair could be, well, it depends on, so if they're the startups obviously aren't on the K yet because they would be brand new companies. We have, and Mr. Bennett can speak to this in more detail, they have noticed that scaling companies have been impacted, ones that had trajectories of growth that's been halted by the pandemic. So they would either be online or particularly below. And then certainly different aspects of entrepreneurs have been more impacted than others. We've heard through research, women entrepreneurs have seen more impact than male entrepreneurs, for example. So I think there will be a combination of both that Communitech supports that could be argued as either both above and below. I think the opportunity and a good example for those with a sort of longer lens will recall that 305 King Street, one of our major office buildings downtown, a number of years ago sat at about 10 to 20% occupancy. So the majority of the building was empty. And now they're at virtually full occupancy. And many of the companies that have filled that space are graduates of the Communitech program. So to me, that is really the goal at the end of the day is to support office landlords who could be facing significant vacancies in the future.
Brian, were you going to say something else? Or?
Through the chair, I concur with Mr. Bloom's remarks with respect to where scaling and startup companies fit. They can either be above or below on the K. I think we have to remember that many startups don't generate revenue for the first few years. So they probably wouldn't even be recognized at that point in time.
Right. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thanks. My other question has to do with the Love My Business campaign, which I think is a great idea. I was just wondering what your thoughts would be around having maybe a subcategory that would allow for businesses out that aren't just in the suburban areas to apply for this. And this would include businesses that aren't part of the BIA downtown or the BIA Belmont, but that aren't out in the suburbs, right? And that would also include businesses in the BIAs as well. I just wondered what your thought, because we've got this $1 million plus pocket sitting there, right, of money, and you know, the idea is to help these companies recover, and regardless of where you are, recovery is a big problem. So I just wondered if you would be, what your thoughts would be about opening it up beyond just the suburban businesses, but and maybe do a subcategory and transferring some of that money over.
So through the chair, so there's two components that we imagined to Love My Business. So one was the ability for us to hire a marketing expert. And I think, you know, subject to that person's capacity, absolutely. I think as you heard from Linda at the BIA, if that person can work in concert with the two BIAs to help businesses, then absolutely we would love to. We would certainly do everything we can to make that available. The other component was grant funding that we're imagining going to the business areas, not necessarily the direct businesses. And there's a couple of reasons for that, and just for context. And I know Ms. Farrell is on the call, and she may have greater clarity. But up until now, the grants that were available through the province for a business to, I think there was up to $2,500, for example, to start an e-commerce site, were actually only available to BIA members. You had to be in a BIA. This is across the province. It was just a decision that they made. So there has been pots of funding from the province to directly support businesses. I think what I might suggest is, you know, when we get a sense in the next few weeks as to if and how much the province is going to continue to fund the BIA businesses to access that grant money, that we do everything we can to try to lobby for more money and make sure that when that money comes in, that as many downtown and Belmont BIA businesses are taking advantage of those grants.
And what for you would be an indicator to transfer money out of this pot of reserve into businesses? Like what things would, if you get so many applications and then you think, okay, let's free up some more of this money, or what to you would do that?
So through the chair, I think there's two for me that I would look at. One is interest level, is how many are applying. And actually, Ms. Farrell can probably, it's probably worthwhile her commenting on what she's seen in this most recent intake. So interest, but also I think expertise. I think if we've heard anything, yourself and Councillor Marsh and myself, it's about the level of expertise that they can get access to, and that seems to be the more common thread. And that's what. So if we can find ways to address those two items, those would be the indicators I'd be looking at. But I might ask Ms. Farrell to give you a little bit more, council, a bit more context on who she's seen and the interest in Digital Main Street.
Okay, thank you.
Let's wait a moment for Ms. Farrell.
Here we go. It's that microphone thing again. Yeah, so through the Digital Main Street program that we've been operating for over 2 years now, Corey's right that only BIA zoned businesses could apply for a $2,500 grant. And about 85% of the businesses that came in contact with us who wanted to use our services, and they did get services, but 85% of them were outside of the BIA area. So they were not eligible to apply for the $2,500 grant. So that made it a little bit challenging. We didn't set the rules, so we had to take the knocks for that one. And then In the Kitchener BIA, about 112 businesses applied for services through the Digital Main Street program, but the application process was a little bit cumbersome. And again, that was set by the province. About 25 businesses actually ended up getting the grants. So they either abandoned their application or just didn't have the bandwidth to follow through with it.
Okay, I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting to have that data because it really shows a need, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just a thought. You know, do we really need that $1 million sitting there, or are there ways that we can open it up to some of the businesses to help them through? But I know there are other people who want to speak, and I'm going to be told in just a second. I see Councillor Davey ready to tell me to move on. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
And
you,
perhaps through the chair, I might just again remind, that's part of why we've adopted an agile approach and why we haven't allocated all the funding. If there is a need, then we certainly will we'll bring back to council future options.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue, I just wanted to highlight something to think about both to the clerk and other members of council. I understand there might be as many as 6 motions coming after the main motion now. So I would ask if everyone sent them to the clerk, maybe if the clerk can review and ensure. My concern really is twofold. It's number one, it's redundancy. I'm worried that some of the motions are overlapping with other motions. And the other concern I have is if we send 6 different motions, really how much attention is the province going to pay to any one of them? So just please keep that in the back of your mind as we go through the rest of the questions here, okay? Up next, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. And thank you so much, Corey and team, for a really, really great report. Like it's exciting. I think the direction that we're going in and the innovative way that you've looked at trying to help our businesses is really incredible. So thank you so much for that. Wanted to comment on the Love My Business initiative and to follow up on some of the things that Councillor Singh has said. And thank you, Councillor Singh. I think the Love My Business acronym is going to be really good. So we'll see if we can get that. Yeah, as Councillor Singh was talking, I was wondering, Mr. Bloom, have you and your team taken a look at some of the other initiatives that are already going on? I don't want to see our staff have to try and reinvent the wheel here in terms of trying to come up with maybe a website or something to be promoting these businesses on. We already have with KW Chamber has Shop Local KW, where they're linking businesses with websites. That we know that Digital Main Street is doing that piece, as is Shopify. So there's a number of different organizations that are kind of going in the same direction at the moment. And to me, if we're going to hire one person, which is incredible, but not a lot in terms of some of the interest that we'll probably get from this, then we need to be smart with that money. We need to be smart with our time. If we can be working with groups that are already trying this as well, I don't think we should all be trying to come up with personally, I don't think we should all be trying to come up with something at the same time. So just wondering where we are with kind of going down that road in terms of looking at that.
Thank you. So through the chair. So first and foremost, I should and I'm remiss for not doing this in my opening presentation, offer a big thank you to our advisory committees, in particular the Economic Development Advisory Committee, which for those councils that aren't on that committee, we have a really strong group of leaders who are experts in their own field, and we have really leaned on them heavily over the course of the year, and their thinking really helped drive a lot of this work. So I thought I should note that. To your question, my hope is that when we bring in and are able to bring in an expert, marketing expert, that we really lean on their expertise about, you're right, like this is about effectiveness, right? It's about being as effective with the tools that we've got. And I think my hope, again, I wouldn't want to suggest what that outcome should be. I would almost just suggest that part of their mandate will be to find the way that we can be the most impactful for businesses in whatever capacity that would be, whether that's a new website or working with ones that exist. I would leave that to their expertise.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my other question then would be around something that Ms. Yutzi brought up during her presentation, and that was that it's one thing to kind of go down this road in terms of helping businesses get their website up, helping with kind of that first piece, but them not having the people there to kind of help with that. So it's the startup ramp up piece. So I'm wondering if maybe that's something that maybe that staff person can kind of help with, because I think that's kind of ending up with some people with abandoned shopping carts almost, in that they've kind of gotten to a certain point and then maybe haven't been able to kind of keep going with it. So again, I'm hoping that that's something that that maybe the team looks at as well.
So through the chair, I think we would agree, and I know Ms. Farrell has already, she too has heard similar commentary that, again, it was the province designed it really as a give businesses the starting tools and then hope that they continue on. And I think what we're hearing is that works for some, but not for all. And others may need more support. So I know she's already putting her mind to additional initiatives or supports that we can for that user group. So I would imagine either if we can do it ourselves, if not, we'll certainly be back to council if we see solutions that we think we can bring forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I had one set of questions that I didn't get out, and it dealt with the delay in tax property tax payments. Some of my questions were answered when Councillor Marsh brought up the topic, but I'm still not clear. We were normally set for 4 payments. The first one was March the 1st, which I imagine has gone by and everything has happened, so there's no deferral question there. And so now the next one would have been May the 3rd, and we're asking that it be delayed until July the 2nd. So really, are we not? We're just giving people a 60-day window. That's all. We're not doing any more than that, because then after that, they instead of September the 1st, they pick it up on November the 1st, so we get back in line. So we are giving people 60 days delay. Am I right or wrong on that?
So through the chair, that's correct. Essentially, by applying to the program, we're shifting the due dates, all existing due dates, by 60 days. So the May due date goes to July, the July due date would go to September, and it all shifts out by 60 days across the year. So it is that additional time, if they need it as a result of COVID, to apply to the program to gain that extra time.
So, but the biggest impact is a 60-day loss of this income coming into the city. It doesn't go to 120 and 240 days. It's 60 days is the worst case scenario.
That's correct. It shifts everything by that amount.
By 60 days, but it's only 160. You only count 1 60-day period. You don't accumulate them. Right?
That's correct. The only difference is between residential and commercial. There's a bit of a difference in terms of when the tax due dates are. And so it's the shift of timing on those, but it essentially is still 60 days across the board.
Okay, I didn't, yeah. So I'm trying to understand how we've come up with this $375,000. And I was discussing it by email with Mr. Soleil on the weekend. He tells me there were 128 people or businesses or whatnot that took advantage of this last year. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there was 128 approved applications last year through the program. And essentially that was a mix of residential and commercial. So it was, I think, about 10% was commercial, 90% was residential as part of that mix.
Okay, there was 128 that were approved. How many were requested?
I believe it was around the 170 mark. I'd have to confirm the actual number, but it was about that in terms of number of applications received. And part of the reason not all of them were approved was because part of the condition was related to previous year tax arrears. So in some cases, part of the eligibility requirement was having the March installment paid up as of last year, and some instances that condition was not met. So that was the reason why it wasn't a full approval of all the applications.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask you why. I mean, if there's an approval process, I expect some not to be approved. So that's fine. So we're dealing with 128 or 178 out of how many? Out of how many would that be?
So in terms of 8 total tax customers accounts would be 81,000 total accounts. What we found at the end when we did the broad waiving of penalty and interest, we had 5,000 accounts that did not pay their property tax according to the due date last year. So it was a lot less when we introduced the application-based program in terms of those that truly needed additional time to be able to provide payment. It was less than what we had expected, but the estimate that we put in still assumes that we could see higher numbers this year, just given where we are in the pandemic. And so we put forward the same estimate that we did last year in terms of what we expected, adding the additional installment, as I indicated, in terms of the total number.
Yeah, I'm not clear on that, but that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. I would, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a deferral of this whole topic. I don't understand why it is something that has to be dealt with at a council and ratified immediately after this meeting. I would like to see a deferral till next Monday's council meeting. Will give us a little. It's a pretty complex and complicated issue, and now we're hearing that there are perhaps 5 or 6 additional recommendations going forward. I think this whole topic, and we're running 3.5 hours behind time. I think this whole issue should be deferred and picked up next Monday, after which all members of council will be able to see all of these additional recommendations that are coming forward and be able to give them a little bit of thought. So I'm putting a deferral on the table. I'm moving for a deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. You raised some good points. I think, like, I'll obviously take the deferral because that's my job as chair. But I would only ask, if I could, on behalf of staff, what the implications would be if this were deferred a week to the council meeting.
So through the chair, I mean, from our vantage point, most of the programs we're not launching right away. So it certainly doesn't, it would not impact our ability to deliver on any of the programs that we've identified in the report. Where it may add value is with the federal government making their budget decisions in advance of that, being able to speak very clearly about our commitments. But from a program delivery standpoint, there is no risk.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I need to ask the mayor this question or the clerk, but in deferring it, it's coming up on the special council meeting to ratify. So and I'll leave this to you, Councillor Gazzola, as well. Could we vote on the main motion as we're in committee now and defer, and then obviously this would come back to council instead of coming back to the future council meeting, and then deal with the motions at the same time in a week's time. So does the clerk understand the question I just posed? Sorry, a bit convoluted.
I do understand the question that you're asking. I think what I would do, or what I would recommend through you, Chair, is go forward with the deferral, only because we do have it on an agenda. So if there are any members of the public watching, it'll be clearer in the minutes too, following what happened with that resolution and where it's going forward. So I would recommend pursuing with a deferral.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please, Corey.
I apologize. It slipped my mind. I do know that the property tax deferral is slated. I think the notices are slated to go out within the next week or two, and it would further limit our ability to get notice out to customers that we would be, should that be approved, our ability to get that message out to residents to take advantage of that. So that is the one of the elements that time is of the essence.
So Councillor Gazzola, I would put it back to you. Are you okay with putting a deferral motion forward with everything except for Clause B, which is the application for property tax deferral?
I am fine with that, yes.
Okay. I don't really want to open it up to comments on the deferral. I don't think I've missed anything in terms of that, but I do have Mayor Urbanovic with his hand raised. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I won't be supporting the deferral. I think there's a number of reasons why we shouldn't. I mean, number one, the business community is struggling out there, and they're looking to know what kinds of things we're going to be doing. And part of what I believe Councillor Singh's amended motions or additional motions are around our advocacy with the federal and provincial government. And the whole point was to be able to capitalize on today's federal budget and in our advocacy in terms of moving things forward. One of the other motions is around sick leave. We know sick leave is an ongoing issue with respect to the increased numbers of COVID, and deferring all of that to next week. We can do it, but I don't think it's helpful in terms of the overall direction that we're heading. So I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to process the. All right. Okay, so we're now going to vote on the deferral, and the deferral as put forward by Councillor Gazzola is deferring everything except for Clause B in the recommendation of the recovery.
A recorded vote.
I was suspecting a recorded vote might be called. Just give me one moment here. Okay, let's go in reverse order, starting with Mayor Urbanovic.
Opposed.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
Sorry, in favor?
Councillor Johnson. Sorry, opposed? Sorry, Councillor Johnson, you cut out there, so I want to make sure I got your vote correctly. Was that opposed?
Yes, it was a long deliberation there. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Opposed.
Councillor Singh?
Opposed.
Councillor Galway-Seelock?
I'm opposed.
Councillor Michaud?
Opposed.
Councillor Gazzola?
In favor?
Councillor Schneider?
Opposed.
And I see the merits of both sides, but I am opposed, even though we just made ourselves a whole bunch of work to do in the next hour. Okay, so that motion fails. Okay, so we will go back to, there's no one else here in the queue, so we're actually going to vote on the main motion now. Now, to clarify, anyone that's bringing forward a motion, does it in any way tweak or contravene any of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clauses that we're dealing with now in the recommendation? Councillor Singh.
No, Mr. Chair, I was just going to queue in for a comment regarding the main motion.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I should allow that as well. Well, yeah, so I'm going to lower your hand, Councillor Singh, just to go through this first. Councillor Gazzola.
I was going to ask whether you were going to allow for any comments or not.
Yeah, yes, I will. I missed that as noted by Councillor Singh. And I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue, so if you do have comment, please queue in. Councillor Singh, you were first, and I'll let you start off first. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once more, I want to congratulate and show my appreciation to staff that they have been very proactive in their approach to looking at business recovery and economic recovery, rather than sitting back and seeing exactly what the fallout is going to be here to our local economy. from the pandemic. I think we are, putting in place strategic initiatives that are surgically positioned to help our local business and, more importantly, small businesses. The recovery program, I think, touches on all key segments of our local economy, especially speaking of the tech sector, as well as advanced manufacturing, and on top of it, through Love My Business, small businesses or suburban businesses that are struggling, that have strong links, or they're within our community, but they may not lack the expertise or resources to have a broader outreach of their business, or create that unique story or origin of their business. And to help create that for them, to be that collaborative marketing strategy, will not just help them come out of this pandemic, will continue on strengthening their business and their hold in our community. So I think this is a very collaborative recovery program. It touches on using our existing assets like Communitech in our community to help continue on nurturing our local economy. So I don't necessarily just see as a recovery, but an opportunity to help businesses to transition, to pivot to the new digital economy, as well as approaching collaborative marketing that helps to create for businesses for their unique stories. And more importantly, create broader links within our neighborhoods. And that's business. It's linking our community, our residents with businesses, and ensuring that they're both important. And I think, the lasting point that I want to make is we are defining our destiny as a municipality. We're not just leaving it to the provincial government or federal government, hoping that they do all the right things to help our businesses recover. We're defining our destiny of how we will, as a community and as businesses in our community, will emerge out of this. So I'm very enthused to support this, and I'm really enthused of having a small component of this recovery program of Love My Hood, of my idea being incorporated in the strategy, and look forward to a good uptake from our local business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I too want to thank staff for all of the great work that's been done in developing this next component of our Make It Kitchener strategy, but an incredibly important component, because it's one that I know that over the last 13 months, I have heard from all of you at different points in time around your concerns for the impact that the pandemic is having on our citizens, on businesses in our community, and how we can potentially come out stronger and better as we come out the other side of the pandemic in the months ahead. I think we all know that this has been a very challenging time, and as Mr. Bloom's report has indicated, there are businesses that have done very well during this period, even some in the lower piece of the K, but there are many who have struggled. And the report that's before us, I think, really strives to find that balance between supporting business and supporting those businesses that have been part of our community, and trying to help ensure that they continue to be an important part of our community going forward, but also making sure that we don't take our foot off the gas with the opportunities that the pandemic's presented, and growing new business opportunities for those who see their careers and circumstances pivoting in that direction. And so I think the recovery framework really strives to do that. And as has been pointed out by Mr. McLean in his presentation, and one of the things I was pleased with is that we aren't yet allocating all of the dollars, because this is very much a moving piece. There are opportunities to potentially partner with the other orders of government, and I know that's something that Councillor Singh is going to talk about later on, and potentially with other community partners, so that we can even leverage our investment even more significantly, and see success being achieved. We know that our partners at the region recently have made some substantive investments and have approved a number of programs from their perspective in that regard. And today's our turn to step up from a City of Kitchener point of view. I'm very excited about the proposals that are there, particularly the Love My Business initiative, but as well as the focus on those businesses from a new perspective that are going to focus on groups that traditionally have not opened as many businesses or seen the supports that they need. So whether it's women-led businesses or those that are from the Black, Indigenous, or people of color communities, as well as new Canadians, I think there's some real opportunities here. And the work that's going to be done in the months ahead will allow that to happen. So I would hope that we could support this unanimously. I think it would be a great sign to the community in terms of our belief in how we will recover and collectively really look to build back better together in partnership with our other partners at the region, at the province, and at the federal government.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I really want to thank Corey and the team for this great work that they did. There was so much listening done. Sitting on the Economic Development Advisory Committee, there's so much that was part of those discussions that is in this. It's a great plan. It's really neat to see on social media and as you talk to people, how much our businesses love their customers and how much the customers love these businesses. And it's great on behalf of both to have something that's solid, that's helpful in so many ways to support our businesses and to encourage the customers to get back when it's safe to do so. So just want to thank for all the good work and thank our businesses for sustaining themselves during these crazy times and for the customers to get ready then when we're able to get back and strongly support each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, I too want to thank staff as well. They did a really thorough job with regards to the strategy. It's nothing but exceptional work, in my opinion. And dire times, we needs a comprehensive business strategy, recovery strategy, which I feel this program achieves this. And more importantly, I feel it paves the way for us to move forward. And which is why I wholeheartedly support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I too want to just offer my congratulations to staff on, this is a very challenging topic. We are not like upper levels of government where we can really provide the deeper amounts for businesses to help them survive. And so we have to stretch our dollars across various programs. And I feel like the striving towards balance is definitely there. I feel that we can do a little bit more honing to make sure that we are doing our best to support existing small businesses rather than focusing more on newer startups. I feel that that a lot of this program does achieve that. And I think that when we look to upper levels of government, when we see the federal government announce their budget later today, and when we see the provincial government approve their budget, I really hope that we can leverage our dollars to partner and to really make sure that we maximize our impact on helping our businesses recover. So with that, I'm very pleased to support this report. I just wish that we could do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, thank you. This is a very huge topic. I have reams and reams of notes here, but I'm going to probably forget most of it. It's, would be really nice to be all things to all people, and that's exactly what we're trying to be here. It's wonderful to be handing out other people's monies. It's interesting to listen to all of our organizations here, and there's just one after another talks about getting money, giving out grants, allocating grants. Money's just being sorted around and around. I really question how much duplication is there out there. We get money from the province, we give it away. The tourism gets money from us, they give it away, and there's no real accountability for any of all of this. It's all pretty mixed up. An awful lot of nice words, rhetoric, an awful lot of knee-jerk reactions. It's amazing. Back a few months ago when we were dealing with the property taxes, we couldn't find a few dollars, just a few dollars, so that our taxpayers would face no increase in property taxes. Not a huge thing, but it would have been a good sign to our taxpayers that we are behind them also. But no, we couldn't find that. We didn't. There wasn't anything there. The other thing that's really concerning me is that the senior governments have been extremely generous, and they're generous in so many ways, in monies that they give to municipalities, in monies that they're giving to all sorts of organizations. Well, we're going to overcome this, okay? I'm old, but my grandchildren are going to be around. Your children and grandchildren are going to be around. You're going to have to pay for it then, okay? There's no free lunch. This all has to be paid for someday. And you're going to find down the road that the senior governments are all of a sudden going to say, hey, we don't have the money. And now you people, you municipalities, you start looking after more and more of these issues. You've got the money. We've given you the money. Now we're not giving it to you any further. I don't want people to think that I'm not concerned about our businesses. I think I'm a true capitalist around this horseshoe. I'm not sure how many are. I believe in businesses. And I know it's hard work. I've seen businesses fail. I've seen businesses in my family fail. And they bring hardships, and they bounce back up and they work hard. Okay. Yes, we're going through really, really tough economic times, but to me, our physical health is the important issue. That's the important issue, that we get through this alive. And yes, if we have some economic sufferings that we have to deal with, we can deal with those. We've dealt with those in the past. We don't have to be sitting here handing out other people's money to show how great we are. So I want to ask for a recorded vote on each one of the separate issues. The only one I will be supporting will be the delay of payments of property taxes. The others I will not be supporting. Not that they're not good ideas, not that they're wonderful things, but I just don't believe that they're within our mandate at this time, that we have to drop everything else in their favor. So that's where I stand. And so I ask for a recorded vote on each. I think there are 5 separate items being recommended. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thanks. So I am going to support the initiatives that are proposed in the report. And I think what my support really stems from the voices that we've heard from the business community. And I know that not all voices have been presented to us, but we're clearly very supportive of what's being proposed here. And local businesses, to me, are a very important pillar of our local economy. And what I also think is important to remember, that behind every struggling business and behind every business, there are employees that have been impacted, and many have lost a lot through this whole pandemic. So I look forward to watching the impact of the recovery process. I look forward to watching the release of the other $1 million. We're almost at the end of April, and I would hate to see that money sit there for, in December, and we finally say, oh, well, we have this money to spend, so what are we going to do with it? So I think the more we can get out there, the better chance we have of helping the different businesses in the community. And of course, the recovery process will require the collaboration of all levels of government. I don't think for a moment that what we're proposing here is going to solve the problems. And I think it's a really big economic crisis that we have right now in the city and the region and the country and the world, for that matter. So I'm glad to see that while it may be small, I'm glad to see that at least staff and the business community have come up with ideas to try and help things get back on track as this unrolls. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add my comments as well. Big thank you to staff. It seems like you've talked to anyone and everyone to get input on how to best respond to this. I also just wanted to comment that, it's our level of government is it's the most difficult level to actually respond to this in terms of a granting or financial way, because our primary source of income revenue is taxing people that own properties, whether they can afford that or not. So how can we afford to be putting $5 million towards this without impacting future taxation, just because we save the money up for it? And I think, past councils and staff and should be acknowledged for being in a position that we can we did have this money set aside for the rainy day that we're in today, so I'm happy to support it. I also I just want to touch upon the Love My Business idea. I think it's great. I think we need to do everything we can to try and support them. I actually, to respond to Councillor Gazzola, I believe in capitalism as well, and sometimes businesses should absolutely fail, but they should fail for fundamental reasons, not because of a global pandemic. So that's the reason a business is going to fail. I think it's our duty to step up and support them. Just on a ending note, there was the notion of the lovemybusiness.ca website. One of the things that always scared me in past as working in a small business is when a name gets out there, people are quick to jump on it. So you might have seen me multitasking here. Just for the official record, I just registered the lovemybusiness.ca web domain. I will grant it to the City of Kitchener, no charge, if ECDF staff decide to use that, okay? Okay, so there are 5 items. It's been requested we vote on them, a recorded vote in order. There is a noted conflict on Clause E, but we'll begin with Clause A, and that is the Love My Business initiative, and we will go in order, beginning with Councillor Schneider.
I support it.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud.
I support it.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
Very much in support.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And Mayor Verbanovich.
Sorry, in favor.
Okay.
Forgot to turn on.
No problem. And in reverse order then, this is Clause B with respect to the property tax deferral. Mayor Verbanovich.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor. And are you in favor of the
Oh,
last?
sorry. Yes, I'm in favor of the previous one. I did pass. Thank you for noting that. Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola,
In favor?
Councillor Schneider,
In favor?
and I'm in favor as well, so that carries unanimously. Next is C, which is the partnership.
Did the mayor vote?
Yes, he did. He
I
voted
was
in
the
favor.
first one and I voted in favor. Don't worry.
I'm not worried.
Okay, let's move along. So the next clause C, Councillor Schneider,
In favor?
Councillor Gazzola,
Opposed?
Councillor Michaud,
In favor.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh,
In favor?
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Johnson,
In favor.
Councillor Chapman,
In favor?
Councillor Marsh,
In favor.
Mayor Verbenovich,
In favor.
and I'm in favor as well. On to clause D, which is the arts-related funding. Mayor Verbenovich,
In favor.
Councillor Marsh,
In favor.
Councillor Chapman,
In favor?
Councillor Johnson,
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Singh,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud,
Favor.
Councillor Gazzola,
In favor?
Councillor Schneider,
In favor?
and I'm in favor as well. And the last item, clause E, with the noted conflict, Councillor Schneider,
In favor?
Councillor Gazzola,
Opposed?
Councillor Michaud,
In favor.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock,
In favor.
Councillor Singh,
In support?
Councillor Ioannidis,
In favor?
Councillor Chapman,
In favor?
Councillor Marsh,
In favor.
and Mayor Verbenovich,
In favor.
and I am in favor as well. Okay, very good. I think that completes that. Now we're going to get into the bit of a, it's going to be a bit complicated, but the motions that are being brought forward. So I'm just going to say, please raise your hand if you have a motion to be brought forward so I can get a list going here. Sorry, if you can click, raise your hand on the right there.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to go in order of the list that's at my right. Everyone can, so I have Councillors Marsh, Schneider, Johnson, Singh, and Mayor Verbenovich with motions. I'm going to go in that order if you want to lower your hands now so we can deal with them. So to the clerk, could you bring up, I understand Councillor Marsh, you have two motions. Okay, so I'm not sure if they can both fit Mr. Clerk, but.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question for clarification. Can we not, or some, just bring them up in the special council meeting as we're ratifying the recovery framework?
If someone wanted to withdraw and bring it back up, then they certainly could.
Yeah, you know what, just to solve it a little bit, I can bring mine at that point. So it doesn't have to come to the committee.
Oh, that's very much appreciated.
Is that going to be helpful?
Actually, honestly, we'd only have to vote on it once instead of twice. So I would say it would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So what does anyone want to bring up their motion now? I'll put it that way. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, that was a lot easier than I thought, but unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, now it's on you to figure that out later on in the day. Okay, back to my notes then. So,
Scott, because Jerry had mentioned he wanted to bring a motion, it may be easier for him to come through committee because if he's chairing, that's the council.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a great point. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. Mr. Bunn, can you pop it up or do you need me to?
We can pop it up for you. Just one moment.
Thanks. So council's no doubt been following the whole issue of sick leave, and we've been taking positions on this individually as mayors and through the region has and through FCM and AMO as well. But neither the federal or the provincial governments have acted on it. So I'm going to skip through the whereas pieces on it. and it's really just trying to push the point now that the City of Kitchener Council joins these joint calls and strongly urging both the federal and provincial governments in immediately implementing a paid sick leave program for the remaining duration of the COVID-19 pandemic emergency, and that this resolution be shared with the whole list that is on all the other resolutions.
Very good. Questions or comment on this? Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, I've received those calls for action as well, but I want to commend my colleague, Councillor Johnston, for bringing it forward months ago. And so if we're going to reiterate our point to try to just jump on the bandwagon now, again, so that it's clear that we are in support of a joint effort, and that's fine with me. I would like to at least add a whereas, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, to say that whereas the City of Kitchener has already advocated strongly, and we can name the date that we did that, so that we can just acknowledge that, you know, we're repeating ourselves here.
Absolutely. Good. That's a great idea. Thanks, Councillor Marsh.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola?
Can somebody just explain to me exactly what are we doing here? What is this? What is this saying? What are we approving?
Sure, Councillor Gazzola. What it's doing is reaffirming our position and the effort and the advocacy efforts that have not been responded to by either the provincial or federal governments around a sick leave program, because this is continually the issue that keeps coming up with the growing amount of COVID incidents. The fact that they're happening in neighborhoods that are, you know, economically disadvantaged and where people are holding down multiple jobs. And one of the things that is regularly being heard is that, you know, folks are having to choose between, you know, keeping a roof on their heads and food on their table, or going to work with, you know, potential with symptoms. And if there was a proper sick leave program in place, people wouldn't have to make those choices.
Are there two sides to this issue?
Well, I guess you could argue there's two sides to every issue. The province says it's a federal responsibility. The federal government says it's covered through UI. But the reality is, if you're a person that's already living from paycheck to paycheck, going through a UI application process and waiting several weeks till you get a check is not a viable alternative. And we've already taken so this is reaffirming our position that we've taken, as well as that of FCM and AMO and so on.
So the position here is that everyone should really receive sick leave
right now during the pandemic, because that's part of what we need to do to get this under control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You good, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'm just slow. That's all. It's okay.
You're not slow. Councillor Ioannidis.
I'm calling it here right now. The hashtag love my paid sick days.
Pardon me. Okay, so there wasn't a recorded vote call on this, so we can just take a regular vote. Those in favor? And are there any opposed? I'm not seeing any opposed. That's carried. So that would conclude that. So now we're on to item number 2, the investment policy update. I don't believe there's a staff presentation on this. If anyone has any questions on this, you could queue in now. I have a couple. I'm not seeing any, so I will start. I just wanted to clarify the two different options we have in terms of I'll call them the safer investment where we have control versus the riskier investment with potential for higher return where we don't have control. So my question is, if we were to go down the route that staff's not recommending with the effectively arm's length investment control group, do we still get to set the amount that we want to put into that group, or does it have to be our entire investment policy?
So to the chair, I believe Mr. Hagee was going to join for any questions, but I can jump in on it. Essentially, it would be that you'd have to opt in to the prudent investor piece versus staying with what the existing regulations would be. And one of the requirements in terms of the criteria is that you have to have $100 million that you have available to actually invest more long-term. So actually part with, and then have a board that would decide in terms of how that would get invested. The only other alternative would be pooling between municipalities in terms of creating that board and moving in terms of that way on it. But essentially what we're saying in the policy is there's no decision that needs to happen at this point. We just want to be clear in terms of what our position is as of right now. If that changes, we can always revisit it down the road. But it is that decision about shifting at least that amount in terms of funding, in terms of long-term, in terms of the board managing that portfolio.
Okay. So in other words, if we had no partners, we'd have to commit $100 million to start.
That's correct. If we went on our own, that would be part of the criteria that we would need to meet in terms of being comfortable that an investment board and managing that on our behalf would be something that we would want to do. And in terms of cash flow, we wouldn't necessarily have that amount of flexibility to shift that amount at this point. And so that's why our recommendation is not to move ahead, at least at this time.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up question. Now it was a little bit unclear. So we can not, it says we can invest in like Schedule 1 banks, for example, but that doesn't mean we can actually buy, does that actually mean we can buy like shares in Schedule 1 banks? Or does it just mean investing with them?
Through the chair, no, we cannot invest in the bank themselves, so buying shares, but we can take their like investment products like bonds or any of those types, GICs, those sorts of things.
Okay, so pretty much anything that's effectively guaranteed or pretty much close to being guaranteed.
Yeah, kind of like a cash equivalent sort of thing, term deposit, that sort of idea.
Okay. Do we know of any municipalities that are taking advantage of the, I guess it's called the prudent investor piece?
I'm not aware. Mr. Lautenbach and I were talking about it this morning. We aren't aware of anybody that has opted in. That's not to say that nobody has, but it's not as if there was a flood of municipalities that were just waiting for the dam to break that they could go forward with, as far as we know. Okay. Nobody has within the region, for sure.
So obviously the going at it ourselves isn't going to fly because we don't have the cash flow. Are we aware of any municipalities that are interested in potentially pooling funds going forward?
Again, we're not, but it's one of those things that we could potentially reach out through AMO or Clerks and Treasurer, AMCTO Association, Municipal Finance Officers Association. So we have some routes that we could take if we wanted to throw that out there. But again, we'd have to make sure that their investment needs and wants line up with ours, because the board would have to manage kind of the whole pool of funds, not just do whatever we wanted in that case.
Understood. Okay, I'm not interested in pushing in a different direction at this point, but part of my fear is that I think there is potential here that we might be missing. So if this is approved, would there be when would this come back to us basically for us to review again?
Through the chair, we look at things try to look at all of our policy work within a 5-year window. So at a maximum, it would kind of be along those lines. We did make an update. The original policy was around 2012. We made an update around in 2017. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about reserves. But the last time this one was reviewed was 2017. So we try to look at things within a 5-year window if there's any interest. But again, if there's a specific area that council would like us to look at kind of more regularly than that, we could easily do that.
Well, I see there's other people in the queue now, but I'll just put my where I'm going with my thoughts is I would really like to see this come back as maybe even just an information item annually, especially looking at if any other municipalities are engaging in this and what kind of returns they're seeing versus what we're doing. Okay.
Sure.
So I'll go back to the queue. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah. I'm just off the cuff. I'm opposed to the direction the chair is heading in, but that's. I just wanted to know, we're going to go with eligible investments. We're going to go from superior to good. Can you give me some specific examples of investments that would apply to? Does it deal with certain banks that we're not now dealing with?
Through the chair, yes, it very well could include some of those. So for instance, the analyst that I deal with that manages this portfolio right now, like Royal Bank or CIBC, those kind of ones would all be within a superior ranking, but ones that are a bit lower. So it could include credit unions or some smaller banks that aren't, like Royal, CIBC, those kind of overly well-known ones that could potentially that we could potentially invest with that we can't right now.
You can't invest with the RBC and CIBC?
No, we can right now. They're in the superior category, but it's kind of the next tier.
No, what is? I wanted the names of a few of the groups that are in the next category that you'd now be looking at. Well, what are the names of some of them?
I would have to talk to the analyst that takes. I would have to talk to the analyst that takes care of those. I'm not off the top of my head. I don't know. It could be stuff like HSBC or more regional, as opposed to branches everywhere across Canada type of banks or credit unions.
So if we're recommending going into that category, shouldn't we have a little more background of where we're going, what we're going to? We don't even know who they are.
So the analyst that takes care of this knows I don't do day-to-day investing. I have somebody on my staff that takes care of that and would be much more familiar with specific names. We could send you a list of potential
Okay.
properties.
Okay, the analyst is a staff person, is not an outside agency?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, I would appreciate, I would have hoped it would have been part of the report, but in the next few weeks, it would be interesting to see some of those names. Can you tell me how this?
Councillor Zola, sorry, there are some examples listed in the report in the addendum. Yeah, just if it helps.
I saw that. Yeah.
Okay.
And through the chair, if I could sorry, if I could just add. So the other condition of, if you look at the regulations going from superior to good, there are certain investments on the eligibility list where that rating in terms of the regulations, even if we had an opportunity that came forward that was rated as good right now, based on our current policy, wouldn't have allowed us to take advantage of that. So what we've tried to do is align with what the regulations allow us to do in terms of what those eligible investments would be.
What can you give us an example of what kind of impact this has on letters of credit for development charges? Does that's something that helps the developer? It doesn't really help. Doesn't really help the public, does it?
Correct. But we do have so from time to time throughout the year, we get requests from developers that have a relationship with, typically it's a credit union or kind of a second tier bank. So not RBC, but something kind of below it. And they have some kind of working relationship with them. They're able to get good borrowing rates from them. And under our current policy, we can't accept it because they aren't in the superior category. They're in the good category. So we're suggesting that we would be open to those under the new policy, as we don't see that as a significant risk, and it's something that would help spur development within our community.
Yeah, what are the benefits to us in doing that? Because when you go from one category to the next, there's always additional risk, or there wouldn't be categories. So what are the advantages to the city?
I would say there's probably not a whole lot of direct benefit to us, aside from the requests and the amount of effort to get back and forth with the different developers that are dealing with it. We often have to field phone calls from them and lawyers and what have you. Sometimes even bank executives, where the relationship that they have and not understanding why we would allow it. There are plenty of other municipalities that deal with that do allow it. And so trying to explain our policy position and how it differs from other municipalities.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
Thanks. I was just wondering, do we ever, when we do these investments, and I know we are responsible to the residents of this city, but is there any thought put into ethically sound investments or green investments, or do we just go with what's best as far as return is concerned?
Through the chair, based on how limited we are and what we can invest in, we don't really consider those. We're very restricted to essentially government bonds, so Government of Canada, the province, or other municipalities, or banking and financial institutions. That's essentially all that we can invest in, unless we were to go under the prudent investor forum. And then again, we wouldn't have control of that. It would be up to the investment board to decide what we wanted to, or what they wanted to invest in on our behalf.
So there are none of the eligible investing bodies fall into either of these categories.
I would say that's not their core bit. That's not their core business. No.
Right. Okay. No, that's unfortunate. But thank you.
Okay, that concludes all of the questions. Can I get a mover for this item? Moved by Councillor Singh. Any comment? No comment. Those in favor? And are any opposed? I don't see any. That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Haggie, Mr. Lattenbach. And that also concludes, Councillor Gazzola, have your hand up.
Yeah, I have a question on the information items. I guess we're not going to discuss those at all today.
They're not necessarily. They don't necessarily need to be discussed. If you have a burning question, you could pull them out for discussion.
No, I have a lot of burning questions. And, are we, a year or so ago, before the pandemic, we were worried that the sun was not going to come up in the morning because of our infrastructure. And now we have here a big, long report on our infrastructure, and we don't seem to have any time to discuss it. So I just wondered, is it going to come back for discussion? I have a number of questions, which I will ask staff. I won't hold all of council up, but is it something that will be coming back to council for discussion, or
sure, in the interest
is it no longer?
In the interest of brevity, could staff respond? I believe this is an annual report that's come back, Mr. Lattenbach.
So through the chair, that's correct. So the State of the Infrastructure report was approved for the first time in terms of an annual report that would be provided to council. And so that was back in 2019, in the fall of 2019. And so this is, the pandemic obviously delayed a little bit in terms of when that annual report came back, but this is that second report. And so it is intended to just be an information item to keep council updated in terms of the state of our infrastructure and where differences exist between what's reported from year to year. So that is the intent behind the report. So you'd see another version of the report next year and highlighting very similar in terms of where we are with various assets across the city.
Okay, that concludes Finance and Corporate Services.
Hang on.
Oh, wait, sorry, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing from a process point of view. The clerk's been kind enough to remind me we should probably just do a motion to refer the other 5 motions to special council. So I'll move that motion.
Okay, certainly. So those motions would be the ones posed by Councillors Marsh-Schneider, Johnson, and Singh. Okay.
Yes.
Those in favor? And none opposed. Very good. Now that finally concludes Finance and Corporate Services. Mr. Mayor.
Just give me 1 sec. Oh, actually, Mr. Bunn, you need a minute to change the meetings?
I'm actually good. You can continue.
Okay, well, I need a minute to bring up my, just hang on 1 second. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's special council meeting. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, City Hall is not open except for very limited services by appointment only. In fact, we're not even open by, well, actually we still are. Members of public are invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegation requests are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to submit written comments or participate electronically in the meeting by contacting delegation@kitchener.ca. Delegates would have had to have registered by 10:30 today in order to participate electronically. Any written comments have been circulated prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. And council will know that what staff has started doing is actually what staff at the region have been doing for us. And so on the Friday before the meeting, you get any documents assembled together that they receive. And then on the Monday morning, we'll get any that come in over the weekend. And that way you sort of have them all in one place as opposed to scattered over several days. The first item on the agenda is the application for cancellation, refund, and reduction of taxes. Does somebody want to move that? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, Councillor Gazzo, you had a question on that?
Yes, in the past, we've always been provided with some detailed listings as to what's in each category. Was that provided with these?
That was emailed to council last week, Councillor Gazzola.
It was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. No problem. Any other questions? Okay, so we've dealt with that item then. Thank you, council. We'll now go into Kitchener's Economic Recovery Framework. Councillor Davey, do you want to move? Sorry, Councillor Singh, before we start that, or?
I was just going to move it, but that's fine. If Councillor
Okay, no, it'll come out of, it's out of finance, so Councillor Davey will move it. But before we do that, Councillor Johnson, do you want to repeat your conflict?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the reminder. If we can pull out section E separately, is that what you're asking me to do? Yes. If we can pull out section E, as I in another job, I work with Communitech.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, Councillor Davey, back over to you now.
Yeah, thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock that item 1 from Finance and Corporate Services Committee with respect to Kitchener's Economic Recovery Framework be approved.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
Sorry, I was trying to look at the agenda. What did Councillor Davey just bring forward?
The report that came out of finance earlier.
Okay, and so are you looking? I wanted you to break the report down into the 5 parts for voting separately.
So we did that we did that at committee. Do I need to do it again, or do you just?
Yeah, I think we need it. It's a council meeting. We need to do it for the council meeting.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, since it was, I believe, since you supported the tax deferral and the arts and culture one, can I do that one together?
Yes, thank you. You can do them in 2 groups, and those 2 and the other.
Yeah. I'll have to do 3 groups because Councillor Johnson has a conflict. So I will deal with the paragraph first on arts and culture and tax deferrals as noted. I'll start with Ward 1. Councillor Davey.
In favor.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And myself is in favor as well. So that is carried unanimously. I'll next deal with section E, which is the one involving Communitech. Councillor Johnson has a conflict, and I'll go backwards. So Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud.
Favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Councillor Davey.
In favor.
And the mayor's in favor as well. And now I'll deal with the last 2 sections. Councillor Schneider.
Sorry, for
The last two sections that we haven't dealt with yet.
in favor, sorry.
Councillor Davey.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor?
Councillor Galway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. So that is carried. So Councillor David, do you want to bring forward the motion that I moved now?
The
one on sick leave?
Oh, certainly, yes, that's referred to. Yes, I will bring that forward as well.
And then who wants to second it? Councillor Johnson, thank you. So I'll go backwards this time. Councillor Marsh? Oh, no, I don't need a recorded vote. Sorry. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now, Mr. Clerk, we can go to Councillor Marsh's motions.
One moment.
Mr. Clerk, I wonder if we can just do the first one and like flip it. So put forward, because my colleagues that are also bringing forward motions are bringing forward ones that are also advocacy motions. I guess it doesn't matter. We're here. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Yeah. So thank you. I forwarded to you, just a few examples of some of the feedback that I've been hearing about the devastating impact that COVID restrictions have had on many business owners. For those business owners who don't have the luxury of having a cushion or having a numbered company that they could be separated from, their personal losses are significant. And I think we need to make sure that as council members, as community leaders, that we recognize that. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback. I'm wondering if those who are not muted could just mute themselves. Thanks a lot. So in that, to that end, what I want to do is advocate strongly that the province really acknowledge the impact that the restrictions have had, and that both the federal and provincial governments be urged to continue with providing these necessary supports that they have been providing up till now, and to do more to assist those business owners who have been most heavily impacted with post-pandemic economic recovery efforts. And I've listed a few potential ways that I feel the upper levels of government need to continue their supports. So they've offered the CEBA, or Canada Emergency Business Account, which is a $50,000 loan that only $10,000 is forgivable. So then businesses have to pay back, I believe it's next year, the other 40. And given the prolonged period that we have here with the shutdowns, I feel that that's too short. It's also too onerous. And so for those who can demonstrate need, I feel it's important that they consider offering loan forgiveness. If they can bail out large corporations, they can also look to help the smallest businesses as well. Provide additional and more substantive programs to support small businesses with the needs that they have, such as direct sales and marketing, and one-to-one services. Things like the Digital Main Street program have been successful, but we need more. And also to ensure that any funding provided through our Ontario Small Business Support Grant does not then negatively impact the eligibility of a small business to access other subsidies like the wage and rent subsidy program. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does somebody want to second it? Councillor Johnson?
I apologize.
Did you have a seconder?
I do.
Okay.
For both my motions, it's Councillor Chapman because she has been
Through the BIA.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I will go to Councillor Chapman then for it. Comments. Sorry, I am lost my hands. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Marsh, I wonder if it would be a friendly amendment to add the motion or a piece of the motion that I was going to put in. It makes sense, I think, to put it here, and that is with regards to the Ontario Small Business Support Grant. And others be expanded on that so that more businesses are able to access this grant than currently can.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's a separate bullet point.
It would absolutely need to be a separate bullet point, but I think that we can put that in there, and I'm going to take another look then at my motion, but I think that we might be able to incorporate it here, which would make a lot of sense. So
yeah, it's my understanding that whatever motions pass, that staff can help amalgamate so that we are sending a combined note of advocacy in this regard to all of those who are recipients of it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Thank you.
That's correct, Councillor Marsh. I think the intent will be to send a letter sort of outlining a number of issues and then have the various motions attached as appendixes to it. And Councillor Gazzola, you were next.
Yes, I just want to ask for recorded votes on all of these items.
No problem. Okay, and I will just.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't seem to raise my hand. I think because I'm still co-host, but I had just a quick question too, if I could.
Okay, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely want to support this, and I think it's great that Councillor Johnson incorporated hers as well for clarity. But the only question I have that just gives me a little bit of concern is I'm unaware of does anyone know the amount that the government's lent out for the Canada Emergency Business Account? Because I'm hesitant at my level to just straight up say offer when I don't know what the total quantum is that we're dealing with. So if we don't know, that's fine, but I would strongly, actually I probably couldn't support it. I'd want to say consider loan forgiveness instead of offer, just because I need to know, right, before I can support it.
Yeah, that's fine. What I was trying to achieve there, but I see that it's not achieved yet, is that it would only be for those businesses that demonstrate a need. You know, some businesses have received that program and have actually done okay or done well, and so I don't believe that that's necessary for all of them.
Okay, so yeah, so as long as it's sort of the consideration is implied instead of just telling them, then I can totally support. So just wanted to be clear on that part. Thank you.
Yep. So Councillor Marsh, are you okay with changing that word then to consider? Yeah. Okay. And I will just say both on this motion, and I want to thank Councillor Marsh, and I want to thank everyone for the motions that you're bringing forward, because I think they're important, and they're ones that we've heard, and we've that each of us at different points in time have heard locally. Some that have been talked about at and with provincial and federal officials at BCMC and at OBCM. Some that we've dealt with at the region, some that we've dealt with here and are reaffirming, and some that we've dealt with in terms of the meetings that myself and the other mayors have been having with the MPs and the MPPs. But I think getting the strength of council behind them as a further step is helpful and important. So I want to thank each of you for bringing them forward to add to the work that we've been doing on these already. Okay, so a recorded vote has been called. I will start with you, Councillor Marsh, on this one.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Selak.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Sorry, in favor.
Councillor Schneider.
Very much in favor.
Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor as well.
And I'm very supportive as well. So that's carried unanimously. Councillor Marsh, you had a second motion.
I do. Do you want to take it now or later?
Yeah, no, we can do it now. I think it follows.
It's different. It just, no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, hold on. Go ahead. I fixed the problem.
Thanks. This is not the exact wording. I tweeted it, so I sent it.
Okay, Mr. Bunn, apparently there's another email. So let's go to the next one and we'll come back to Councillor Marsh's second one. So I think Councillor Singh, were you next? Or who's come up on the list? Councillor Johnson comes. Councillor Johnson's coming up on Mr. Bunn's document next, so we'll deal with that one next. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. So I see, okay. Thank you for bringing this up. And yeah, what I'm trying to, or what I want to put forward here is just, and again, it does piggyback a lot on what Councillor Marsh has put forward. But in terms of really that our small businesses need this extra support, and we need to, not only do we need the support of expanding that small business support grant to a lot of different businesses, but as well that we need to be encouraging the pilot program for the rapid screening tests, making sure that people are wearing the masks and getting them more into the hands of our small business. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading this here, so I apologize for having to lean forward like this, but yeah, and then again, also encouraging the acceleration of the vaccination programs. The reason why I want to put this forward is we absolutely need to show as a council that we're 100% behind supporting our small businesses right now. These are our residents. These are our neighbors. These are the people that support us all the time in supporting our baseball teams, our minor hockey teams, giving prizes for silent auctions and supporting our charities in our community. And like no time ever before, they absolutely need our support now. So I don't know if some of this can be wrapped up in, as you were saying, Mayor Verbanovic, in what kind of we're already putting forward, but I think that maybe it can be. I don't know. I'll put that out there as well. But however it looks best, I'm hoping that I can get people's support on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so as I said, Councillor Johnson, the intent will be that we'll create an advocacy piece that deals with the issues we're dealing with today with the various motions that have been approved as addendums in the background. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, do you have someone who's seconding your motion?
Whoever puts their hand up, there we go.
I think that's Councillor Michaud. Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Gazzola.
No, I'm just trying to understand all of this. I'm just trying to understand what's different from what we just passed. I'm really having difficulties with it. I may just pass on the vote. Sorry.
Yeah, so no problem. I mean, and I think Councillor Johnson was touching on it. The second bullet is similar to Councillor Marsh's bullet, but the other pieces around vaccination program and the other pilot programs and so on are unique pieces. And I think it's important to reiterate here that on that last bullet, for council, who isn't aware, but in terms of the small businesses, and Mr. McLean talked about it earlier today, there are rapid screening kits that are available through the chambers, and the medical grade 3, level 3 masks are available at the market. And Corey, Mr. Bloom, have you decided, if you're still on what the distribution day at the market for those will be?
Through the chair, I believe we're doing Wednesdays and Thursdays, and it starts this week. We've already had significant interest in what's available.
Okay, if you can just make sure that council's aware of the day and times, that would be great. Okay, so I don't see any other hands. All those, a recorded vote has been called, so I will deal with that. Ward 1, Councillor Davey.
In favor.
Ward 2, Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Ward 3, I don't see Councillor Gazzola. Ward 4, Councillor Michaud.
Favor.
Ward 5, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Ward 6, Councillor Singh. Sorry about that.
In favor.
Ward 7, Councillor Ioannidis.
I'm in favor of them all. They're all the same.
Ward 8, Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Ward 9, Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
And Ward 10, Councillor Marsh.
Yep, in favor.
Thank you. That's passed unanimously of those present at the time of the vote. And we'll now move on to the next motion, which I believe is Councillor Singh.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I was preferring to actually just take the opportunity to give my notice of motion and bring my motion to Monday's council meeting. I appreciate the theme that's coming through many of the motions that speaks to advocacy for the federal and provincial government to give direct support to our businesses. And I think these are all necessary motions. The one I'm bringing forward, I think it's more so in requesting direct funding to the city of Kitchener as a enhancement capacity for our ability to do economic development and supporting a local business. So I do see a little bit of a divide in the theme. So I think it would be more prudent just to separate it. And if I can just give this as in my notice of motion, if the clerk wants to show it to the rest of council members, I did share in an earlier email, and I'll just bring it to next week's council meeting instead.
Okay. So the operative phrase is that we call on federal and provincial governments to match business recovery funding provided by local and regional municipalities dollar for dollar, enabling more impactful and broader business and economic recovery supports at the local level, and work with our council and staff as a model to support this. And I think this is, as I said earlier, I mean, you want to defer it, that's fine. I think it's a motion that actually I've already, as an issue, have been raising with Minister Freeland since we launched the economic development strategy, and spoke about it with the former provincial finance minister. But again, I think formalizing it through a motion, particularly now with the federal budget coming out tonight, will be a good thing. So it's up to you if you want to deal with it now or deal with it next week.
I do prefer to bring it to next week, and I think I appreciate the advocacy that you have been doing thus far in speaking to the same kind of common interest, but having it come endorsed by council and hopefully encouraged support by other municipalities that want to mirror what City of Kitchener is doing, I think would be important. And I think the reason why I want to separate it a little bit, I really want to take the necessary time to champion what we've been doing as a municipality and really punching way above our weight level in supporting our local economy. And that's why I want to just separate a little bit. So yes, I would prefer to bring it to next week, Council.
Okay, that's fine. We'll come back to that. So then we go Councillor Marsh to your second motion.
What about Councillor?
Oh, no, sorry, there's Councillor Schneider's motion yet. Sorry, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion, just to sum it up, is asking that our local health authorities have some autonomy to determine the maximum people allowed to get into a restaurant. Prior to the stay-at-home order, there was a 10-person maximum, no matter what size the restaurant was. Some restaurants have the ability to safely seat more than 10 people. So it's just basically asking that our local health authority be provided with the ability to expand the limits if restaurants can show that all COVID-19 protocols and physical distancing measures are met. So just in order to help those who can serve more be able to do that.
Yep. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Singh.
My apologies. My hand must have been up from before.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I thought there's so much confusion already because there are so many hands in the deal. Isn't this really raising another point of confusion? I don't, disagree with where you want to go, but to me it's just causing more and more confusion. I mean, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Can we not wait? Can we not hang on for a few more months here without introducing more confusion? And so I won't support it. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
I feel the confusion is, for customers who come up to a large size restaurant to say, oh, only 10, no matter what size of the restaurant. That's where I feel the confusion is. This is just to support these restaurants that are able to safely seat more people to be able to.
Yep, and Councillor Schneider, I think your motion is more in line with what we had hoped that the change would be when they went from 10 to 50, that they would have factored in something more based on space, because before it didn't matter if you were 1,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet, you were 10. And now you're basically 50 unless you can't do 50. And again, it just doesn't make sense. So I think there's good rationale here. So it's recorded vote has been asked for again for as per all of these motions. Did I start or end with you, Councillor Marsh, last time?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Either do I. I'll save the next one to start with you. So I'll start with Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Schneider?
I'm in favor.
Oh, and sorry, you know what? I didn't ask for a seconder on this. Is there a seconder? Councillor Johnson, thank you. Continuing on, Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Favor.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Thank you, and that carries. And now the last motion. Councillor Marsh, once it gets posted.
Thanks very much. I spoke to this a little bit when we were approving the main motion today, but I wanted to add that I feel we can do just a little more. now. I know that we have the 1.4 million in reserve to be nimble, which is great. But I feel that from what we're hearing, we can be nimble now. So I'll just speak to the pieces that are the action clauses. So it's just that be it resolved that the City of Kitchener, oh,
I don't think that's the right
this
one.
is not the one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you got the wrong one up there, I think.
Yeah, we do. Here we go. Be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate and report back on options that would see up to $250,000 in additional supports to invest in economic recovery for small businesses across the city. But some of these menu items that I would expect we could come back with would be specific to downtown businesses, but most of them are not. So the first one would be to look at, could we explore providing deferrals and subsidies for fees and some utility costs for businesses with an identified need during the early phases of economic recovery? The second one is about this enhanced digital Main Street program. It's not, it doesn't go far enough for some business owners that are really needing a little more hand-holding in what they call future-proofing their businesses, so that they can really pivot to be online whenever they need, and scaling up to be available to more customers. So so it would just be to help with that. And then the third one is downtown parking. So right now we still hear people say, I don't know where to park when I come downtown, so I just don't come. We hear people say, there's no parking downtown. Well, there's lots of parking downtown. And we need to really up our game when it comes to being really loud about where you can park. So we need that adaptive map that can be used to help people find their parking spots. We need to make sure people know where the 15-minute grab and go spots are for pickup orders, and we need 2-hour free parking in a downtown parking garage. So I'd like to leave it there if people have questions or comments. Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Thanks. There seem to be a lot of questions, comments. I guess my question for you, Councillor Marsh, is have you had a chance to discuss any of these with staff yet, or?
Yes, I have. And I have spoken to Mr. Bloom, and he doesn't see a problem with being able to bring this forward.
Okay. We will go on to questions then. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. So I think the number one here, I had thought that we still had in place the program that we had earlier, where if I know that when the pandemic first hit last year, we kind of gave forgiveness for things like property taxes, et cetera, at that time. And then after that, people could talk to staff if they still needed some help with that. I had thought that that was the same thing for utilities as well. I could be remembering that incorrectly, but my assumption is that this is kind of in place. If people need to do that, they can approach Kitchener Utilities and ask for that already. Is that not already in place?
That's my understanding, is both hydro and gas has programs in place for small business. Is Mr. Lautenbach there, and he can comment on it?
So through the chair, it is correct that there are some programs that do touch on utility costs, and certainly at the provincial level as well, there is a program that allows for property tax and utility costs to be covered as well, in terms of a program that's out there right now. In terms of the first phase, what we did do with utility costs way back when last year was that we did waive penalty and interest for a certain amount of time as well. But the one thing that revenue staff do is they do work with customers as much as they can in terms of payment arrangements and those type of activities, particularly related to things like collections, to make sure that we're not being too heavy-handed at this point. So they have been very understanding of people and their circumstances. They've worked with them over the past year and continue to do so during this wave as well.
Yeah, thank you. So,
okay.
Appreciate where you're coming from here, Councillor Marsh. But I think a few of these things, I think that they're pretty much. I mean, if people, my understanding as well. And I have a little bit of experience here, is that working with Digital Main Street, that if you have those conversations with them. So I would love to support this, but I think that a lot of these things are probably already in place.
Okay, so
Anyway,
maybe
that's my feeling.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking that we are so far past our schedule today, and I'm open to other comments and questions, but I think maybe what I should do is pull this today and hone it a little more. It was developed on the fly over the weekend, and so I think it would benefit from some more time to make sure that I get it right when I bring it back.
Yeah, and I think it would be helpful that Councillor Marsh, that you may have had a conversation with Mr. Bloom, but I think it would be good for him to actually be able to look at this and bring it back in a bit of a report to council as well, since we're talking a fairly substantive chunk of dollars of our 1.4 million.
Yeah, that's what I was anticipating, that it would come back as a report. It would.
Oh, okay.
No, it wouldn't just, anyway.
Okay.
Let me be more clear in my motion when I bring it back.
Okay. So you want to withdraw it for now then?
Yeah, can this be a notice of motion for next Monday as well?
Yep.
Okay.
But if you can just make sure you get the details to the clerk,
Of course.
and then and go from there.
So my colleagues, if you have additional offers of suggestions or feedback, I'm open, and maybe we could take it offline between now and Thursday. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, see your hand is up. Not there. Okay, so I'll take a motion to go in camera for the listed item. Councillor Davey, Councillor Singh, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's now 3:20. Can I suggest we come? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second part of today's special council meeting. We have one item coming out of caucus. Mr. Clerk, can you share that with us?
I can. Just one moment.
Yep. And before us is the memorandum of settlement with the Kitchener Professional Firefighters Association. And the recommendation is that council approve the terms and conditions contained in the memorandum of settlement to establish the 2021-2022 collective agreement with the KPFFA, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the documentation arising therefrom. Does somebody care to move that? Councillor Galloway Seelock, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Schneider, thank you. Councillor Gazzola, question?
Yeah, this is public information, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So can we just expand a little bit? And I just saw a couple of lines of the memorandum. Just exactly what is it? Can we not expand on that for the public? Or?
Yep, Ms. Robb.
can speak to that through you, Mayor Verbanovic. The agreement details are that we've reached a 2-year collective agreement that runs January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022, and that takes effect immediately. In the new contract, KPFFA members will see an average increase of 1.96% in wage and benefit enhancements over this 2-year term. And those benefit enhancements include modest increases like things in vision care and physiotherapy. The previous contract expired on December 31st, 2020. And so I would say we're really pleased that this was a freely negotiated deal, the third of its kind with KPFFA, between the city and KPFFA.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Robb. So it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? There aren't any. That's carried unanimously. Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor,
sorry?
if we could get the bylaws as well.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. And actually, and before I do 3 readings, I do just want to acknowledge that this week is also National Volunteer Week. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the many volunteers in our community, particularly over the past year, and especially now at our various vaccination locations for the incredible efforts and dedication over the past year of COVID to continue volunteering in our community. And I know there are some activities and events planned virtually over the coming days to acknowledge people. So I just wanted to acknowledge that publicly at this meeting. So I'll now take 3 readings, moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And motion to adjourn. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Michaud, all those in favor? Opposed? That too is carried. Councillor Ioannidis, do you want 5 minutes? Okay, so 5 minutes till we start community services. Thank you, everyone.